audio is live. We're speed.
I've got the notification.
Me too. I just got it.
Nice.
I got it first.
She fancy. She fancy. She gets it first. Okay. Just got that going. Got everything rolling. All right. Sorry for the delay to all those out there watching and to you guys as well. Just it was a later day at work and I had something I needed to take care of. It was personal. Don't worry about it. We're doing good. Yeah, you guys ready to hop into it? I don't think we need a delay. And Brian, if just saying this overall, if this is not a super late night, we can all get a little rest. I ain't gonna be too mad.
Okay.
To work tomorrow.
Yeah. The vacation's over. You got to go back to work. Brian, are you off tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, so you need to get some good sleep, get some good rest, and catch up. So when you have from this he's drained.
So 8 p.m. out.
Yeah. All right, 30-minute podcast and we're done, guys. Do not end this stream. And we'll hop into this. Now that I've got you guys, I can see you're moving. My internet is just crap right now. It's in and out, but I'm gonna hit the theme song, get us going.
We heard you the whole time.
Did you? Okay, I was hoping it would, but I never know when you guys are frozen because I assume on your end I'm frozen. So I don't know if you guys can actually hear me or not, but perfect. All right. I really do enjoy our theme song. Welcome to GoodFlickas, home of the GoodFlickas. Can you take our critiques? Let's find out as we dive into this week's movie, The Rock, streaming on Hulu. I am, of course, Matt, joined tonight by Brian, a.k.a. Alcatraz. Okay. I like it. Alcatraz. I thought you were going to go for Alcatraz.
You're saying it wrong.
Okay.
It's like a name. So it's like, I'm Alcatraz.
Got it. I thought you were going for a name kind of thing, but I guess I just wasn't nailing it.
Yeah, but it's silly and it's funny and I like it.
It is silly. It's good to have you here, Al. Just call me Al.
Thanks. I woke up today and I was in the mood to find some rockets. So how about we just find some rockets?
Excellent. We got our own little rocket man here tonight.
What do you say?
Let's find some rockets.
Actually, no, just at this point, play the Rocket Power theme song.
Oh, man, I wish I had that queued up.
That was a great cartoon.
God, man. It really was a great show. Nothing made me more excited because they played hockey often. They went snowboarding. They were freaking awesome. I never wanted to go surfing more in my life than watching that show.
Oh, they made me want to skateboard all the time.
Same. Yeah, those kids looked like they were always having fun, and I was super jealous. But we also have Jen with her big bowl tonight, and no Kiwi. I guess the cat has decided that she's chilling over there. She's got to make a grand entrance, I'm sure.
Yes, I made fun of her because I have some tuna in my bowl, and whenever I open the can of tuna, if I don't share with her, she'll kill me. So I gave her tuna, and she annihilated it. And then she saw I had it, and she always gets so mad when I mix it with stuff.
Mom, you're ruining it.
Nothing to do with me.
Mom, you're ruining the fish. Why would you do that? At least you shared though. That's a.
I have to. Oh my god, I can just picture her with a little knife at night, she straight up kill me.
Keep your head on a swivel at night. Oh man, that's funny. But glad that Kiwi has decided to keep you alive. Although she seems to be pouting a little bit because you ruined the tuna. but
She'll
good
be
to have.
back.
Yeah, she'll show grand entrance. We know it's coming.
Mhm.
And as for all of you at home may have noticed, we are missing one good flicka. He is unfortunately sick tonight, so he had to call out,
Man,
which
he's
is a
good
shame.
sicko.
Good sicka. Nice. How long you were holding on to that? You were ready for it. That's a good.
Locked and loaded.
That was good. That was good.
Actually, I just thought of that, to be honest.
Coming back.
But I don't think I mean, he must be pretty sick, but like, come on. This is something you can call in. Just mute yourself if you got to sneeze and cough. It's okay. We don't care.
I've done
Right?
pods with you guys under the weather.
Right.
No excuse.
Well, you brought up the congestion stuff. I've been fighting that for a week and a half now. So it hasn't been great, but I'm doing better. But I'm still here.
Cabbage.
That's just rocking cabbage
Cabbage.
lately.
There's 300% of your daily vitamin C up in this bowl.
Jeez.
300%.
I don't necessarily have a problem with cabbage, but it does give you some pretty bad gas the next day.
Uh-oh. I'm back at work.
That's all right. You're still in the bakery section, right? You're surrounded by sweet smells. You're okay. You'll be good. All right.
Why is the bread rising faster today?
Oh man, I love it. This is gonna be fun.
How it goes.
Yes, we are talking about The Rock. I wanted to call it Alcatraz because all I could think about was that. But we were talking about The Rock tonight. And Brian, this was your pick. So let us know why The Rock.
I mean,
Well, a couple of reasons. It's a 90s action movie. You know it's gonna be good. It was, we just had it in the 90s, man, for action movies. Like it was a time for action movies, let me tell you. Another reason I picked it is I was re-listening to our Con Air pod we did, which is on YouTube, by the way, if anyone wants to listen to it. And I was like, wow, we had a lot of fun with this movie. And then towards the end, I forgot when it was, but Matt disclosed he had never seen The Rock. And I'm like, I wonder if this is true. And so I asked you last week, and it was true. You had never seen The Rock. I'm like, it is time that we introduce Matt to The Rock. And that was a big influence on why I picked it.
that's exciting you've never seen it.
And not to mention, I mean, the trifecta of Cage, Connery, and Harris all in one movie. Just what a combo. And yeah, so I know that we were gonna have a lot of fun talking about this one. Definitely one to break down and I mean, just it's a star-studded cast from director, screenwriters, it's all the above. And I knew that it was just going to be good, and I figured it was time that we do another action movie. I think it's been a while since we've done. I know we haven't done one this year, but we've been on
Mitchell's versus the Machines.
Oh yeah, okay. But I mean, yeah, we've been kind of cartoony, kind of comedy. I'm like, no, I think we just need to go back to some of our childhood roots.
Yeah, I'm all for it. Which is it is kind of inspiring. I haven't. I'll disclose I haven't fully picked my movie for next week. I have like a couple of things that I'm like teetering on, but I haven't locked it down yet. So by the end of the night, hopefully I'll have something. But with what you just said in mind, I am kind of leaning towards a certain thing. So we'll see.
Are we getting a theme for Valentine's Day?
That would be your pick, right? Like that's your week?
No, I mean like the month, like February.
Oh yeah, because I did come up with some. I knew
we want to keep with the rock of
No, I remember.
Oh yeah, it is February. Okay.
Yeah.
I remember coming up with. Give me.
I mean, he saves his fiance.
we can call it like a heart pounding February or something. It doesn't necessarily have to be love, but like.
Yeah, I mean, I just asked because I'm cool to skip it. I mean, I love, but I think Valentine's Day is such a waste, like such a waste.
So I remember I don't know if you guys remember this, but I sent us a text message saying, wanted to jot this idea down before I forget it. This is why I jot these ideas down because I definitely forgot it.
As do I.
2025 marks Pixar's 30th anniversary.
Huh.
That said, I have a theme idea. Pixar's Pretty Pink February.
Pixar's pretty. Oh.
Pink February.
So.
Mhm. And then you said why that name? I said Pixar starts with P.
Yeah.
Pretty and pink starts with P. February's theme colors are pink, red, and white. Just flowed there.
Yeah. I would. Yeah, I remember that conversation now. I would say just because we've kind of forgotten about it.
Well, we forgot about it.
But I still like the idea of doing something Pixar, just keeping within the theme.
Damn it, because we're already in February.
Yeah, we started, but I wouldn't
and
be
the
opposed.
Rock is not pretty or pink.
Not really. But I would not be opposed to doing something Pixar themed. We've got to make sure that Jen and Nick can watch it though, since I don't think either of you guys have Disney, right?
Yeah.
So like that's the only other issue with that we're struggling. But
it's been a long time, so I can try to pull it, like see if it'll work. The app will work, but last time we tried it.
Well, Jen and I can always watch it together, like on Zoom or something.
The only flaw with that is just like that I don't get all of the sound all the time. So, but that's okay.
I can always be your narrator.
Or just have like captions on it.
Yeah,
we can do that.
But you're just happy about that, never.
Well, it might even, because you have the microphone. It might be something that if you kept the microphone on for whenever you're doing the Zoom call and point it closer to the speakers, as long as it's not peaking or anything, it might be able to pick up that audio.
Oh, that's a
So
good idea.
that way she would hopefully be able to hear it, but you might have to pick up your voice to talk to her or something. But but something to think about. So we'll work on that. Pause Pixar February though.
Pausing Pixar February.
Pausing Pixar February. But Jen, did you want to go first or have me go for thoughts on The Rock?
Let's have you go first,
Okay.
because you've never seen it.
Yeah. All right. So definitely a first time watch. And I went into this really like open eyes, ready to see something. I didn't know much about this movie other than Alcatraz, and I saw the director's name, which I think you know by now. Like, I already have assumptions and things that are going into that name. We'll talk about it later. And with that in mind, I was not disappointed in my expectations. I got exactly what I expected from it. But as far as an action movie, like you said, a 90s action movie, this screams 90s action. And to follow up Con Air with Nick Cage, it's peak Nick Cage. I really enjoyed his character. I thought he was a lot of fun. Sean Connery was really great. I like seeing him as this kind of badass guy at such an old age. Not that he was like extremely old. I think he does League of Extraordinary Gentlemen not too long after this. So he's still doing action stuff up into his 70s, 80s. Yeah. I don't know where he's at this point, but he looked great. All of that stuff, the good fights and explosions. You can't go wrong with Michael Bay and explosions, everything blown up. There were some really fun scenes that, as far as action and everything goes. Really enjoyed all of that stuff. Like great action. As far as the story, though, I was a little disappointed. I thought there were some things that just didn't quite make sense to me. They were a little bit weak, a little not as far thought out as I would prefer them to be. But I enjoyed the characters. I wish I got a little more depth with some of them. So overall, really fun. I did enjoy this movie, but I wasn't overwhelmed by it. I don't love this movie, but I also don't hate it. I think after a couple more watches and that kind of thing, I might have some different thoughts, some different feelings and stuff. But after this initial watch, just left me kind of wanting, which is an unfortunate theme when it comes to Michael Bay's movies. I feel like I shit on him pretty hard all of the time, and I don't mean to, because he's not bad. It's just he has a style that's not really my favorite. That being said, like I said, when we get into scenes and stuff, there are some moments that I'm like, this is just fun. this is just so much fun, and nobody, why would you do that? Because it's fun. Like, there's no other reason for why this choice was made other than it's fun. And I love that about this action movie. There's a lot of just fun craziness about this. I can't wait to dive into it. Lots to talk about, lots to say, so many feelings and things. So I am excited for this chat. But sorry if I'm letting you down on this one, Brian. I wasn't overwhelmed. I don't love it, but I still enjoyed it. I did end up giving this a 3.65. There's the head shake. It's like, ah.
Yeah. Well, I should have gone first. So no, this is not my first time seeing this movie. It probably won't be the last. It has been a long time since I've seen it. But there's just something about a Prison Break show movie. I'm just always all about it. I love the way, because at least the ones that I've seen, it's like the ones that are breaking out are innocent people that are breaking out, and like you're rooting for them, but to just see how their mind work, like, is so impressive to me. And I know it's just a script, but somebody had to write this out too, you know? So it's like somebody was able to like create that and like be able to display it. It's just phenomenal to me. It's so impressive. It's so brilliant to me. And I understand what you're saying, like about kind of the story being a little so-so, but I think like the concept and the execution of this movie is hands down flawless. And because of that, I'm giving it the 10 out of 10 for sure.
It is fun. It is fun.
All right. The Rock. I have seen more times than I can even count. like this is definitely one of my go-tos. It was probably one of my first DVDs that I had, where I would just, fire it up, and at that point maybe I had like 10 or 15 DVDs, and it was just like, well, going through the cycle.
Hitting the binder hard those days.
It was always, yeah, seriously. But yeah, so it's always been one that I've enjoyed. I mean, God, this movie just screams Michael Bay. You don't even need to see it directed by. Just wait 5 minutes, and you're like, oh, that's the sound of Michael Bay. That's the look of Michael Bay. Like, just all of it. His digital footprint is just all over this thing. And I mean, the concept is it's such a great just elevator pitch of one of America's greatest generals is about to turn his back on America because America has turned their back on his Marines, and he wants revenge, and he basically just wants their families to be provided for because our government has just failed them. And so what are they going to do? They're going to hijack America's prison where the worst of the worst were held, and take it over and basically use it as, this is where we're going to launch poisonous rockets into the heart of San Francisco. And oh, by the way, what's going to help us with the storyline is we're going to introduce someone who basically doesn't exist in this world and is the only person to successfully break out of Alcatraz that nobody knows about. All of this is going to go down in one movie, and I'm like, preach, give me candy, and let's go. It's incredible. Go ahead, Jen.
Can I add to, like, not only was he the only one that broke out of Alcatraz, but he knows all of the government secrets.
That too, yes.
That's why he's in there. Like,
exactly. The only reason why he's in jail is because he knows secrets that people do not want him telling anyone to. Basically, he holds all the dirty laundry.
So you have the top of the U.S. and the top of British.
Yeah. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. I think, I mean, you already said it. The explosions are amazing. The action is so good. Nicolas Cage, the comedy that he brings just adds that extra flavor to it. I mean, you just can't go wrong with this movie. It's not a 5 out of 5. I can't give it that. I give my fives very, very protectively. But I do give this one a 4.6. This is definitely a close to 5. There are some flaws that, we're going to talk about tonight, and some things that probably could have been done a little better. But overall, this movie, I've always really liked it. It's definitely been in my top tiers for sure.
Nice. Sorry, I'm trying to check the stream right now. We may lose it in a second just because my internet is so bad.
Oh, I was wondering if I just broke your brain with everything I said. And
No,
you know
no,
what?
no,
Wow,
no.
this is not a 3.65.
Yeah.
He's already convinced me.
No, but the fact that you do like it so much is something that I'm hoping that when we get into this, we really can talk about. Because you've seen it a bunch of times, you've seen it enough. So I know that means that we can talk about this in detail, and you can explain further for things for me. Like, so that's what I'm looking forward to. Because there's things, again, off the initial watch that I have issues with. I have like little problems with, and some of it is storytelling in general, but also some of it is just like, that choice doesn't make sense to me. Why do this? But the fact that there's so many choices as a whole, like you guys have already brought up, I'm like, this is a brilliant idea. It's a brilliant concept. A lot of things are really, really smart, really good about this. And that's why I think it's so much fun. Like, this is a fun action movie, and it's why I did enjoy it. But as a movie, I find it lacking. Like, I want more from it. It can be better. So, hell, if Michael Bay remade this, oh, that would be awesome. Like, give it a rewrite with like a stronger script. Let him do it again, but up the ante. That would be really fun.
Who could replace Sean Connery?
Nick
Yeah, that's
Cage.
Actually,
Just move Nick Cage to the
Who would play Goodspeed?
Who would
I
play
like Chris
Goodspeed
Pratt
at
or
this
something.
point? Oh, just for the fun of it, Taron
Oh.
Egerton. Switch it. British kid is the American is the British, like, just for the fun of it.
Or Uncharted.
Oh, Tom Holland.
Tom Holland. There we
Yeah.
go.
I like that you go with Uncharted and not Spider-Man. I know you're not an MCU
That's
guy.
who I am, buddy.
Yeah.
You know this. You know this.
I just think that's funny that's where your head goes, and you're not wrong. I love it.
Yeah. I'm thinking, yeah, Tom Holland would probably would be a good
fun.
good speed. Ooh, slow that one down.
I just worry that he still looks too young.
I don't know.
I don't know. But on that, like, Nick Cage in this movie, did I love his character. Before we hop into fun facts and stuff, I never know what to expect from Nick Cage, and he's such an enigma of what he's gonna do. And Goodspeed is such a fun character to where, like, he hits that Nick Cage crazy, but he also hits that Nick Cage serious, and like he's doing this balancing act that's impressive. And it's why I really love Goodspeed's character. And by the end, I'm like, I'm rooting for him so hard. Like, right before the credits roll, Goodspeed, love you, man. So I love the character, and it is hard for me to imagine anybody else playing it other than Nick Cage. So
it's a perfect name for him too.
it's
like everything.
There was something about the names in this movie. What was the I guess it was the FBI guy, or maybe it was the military, but the guy that Mason Connery's character had serious problems with.
Oh, Welcome.
No, it's like Wolf.
I really can't remember. I'm gonna see if I can.
No, it's Welcome, right?
Womack.
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 Okay, yeah. Damn it.
Yeah, FBI director Womack. I don't know what it is about these names, but I liked the names because they just had like such a punch to them, And I don't,
Oh, they're all good.
but I mean, like, other than like Goodspeed, which
Mason, Goodspeed, like
well, for you got
it's like Top Gun's.
So I think I lost you guys for a second. It's like Top Speed's wet or Top Gun's wet.
Oh, you're good.
Are you back?
Oh, I was just saying, it's like complete Top Gun vibe when it comes to the names. They're like, okay, this is what I did in Top Gun, and it really worked. Let's just kind of piggyback off it, but not steal anything from it. You know?
Yeah, well, it's because I
Those are
like their
strong
name.
names.
Womack, Mason, like all of these things felt very like very military. They people. They felt like government names, which is weird. Like, I mean, to associate like a name with, yeah, that guy's in the military, that guy's in the government. It's kind of a weird association, but they got really good names for this one, and I think that they nailed it. I love the name choices.
Yeah.
And I will say, like,
Yep.
oh
I
man,
agree.
I did hate
Pay
Womack.
attention to that.
I did hate Womack.
Oh, he's a prick, man. He's such a FBI prick.
Did not like that guy. What was it? Was it
So
Paxton?
Expo of past regression.
What was it?
Hummel.
Hummel, yeah. I thought that was a good name too.
What?
Hummel,
Yeah.
the general, Harris's character.
Harris's character,
Yeah,
Francis, or General Francis Hummel. I mean, that name right there.
General
Frank
Francis.
Hummel?
You could have stopped there, and it sounds enough. But like General Francis Hummel, like that. That's a good name. That sounds like a name that you would read in a history book.
Yeah.
Good names. All right, let's get some fun facts
think
before we get lost. Go ahead, Jen.
Oh, and Jason's daughter's name was really cool.
Yeah, I gotta look up her name because what was it?
Claire? It was Jane.
Jade.
Jade.
Oh, Jade.
Yeah, Jade.
Angelo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good names.
All right. So fun facts. It is February 3rd, 2025, as we record this lovely talk of The Rock. And no one. Okay, I just cracked myself up, apparently. It is currently streaming on Hulu. The Rock came out in 1996, and it was directed by, we've already said his name 50 times, Michael Bay. The Rock sits in San Francisco Bay, directed by Michael Bay. It all works out.
Nice. I wasn't even making that connection, but well played.
What?
I wasn't even making that connection, but well played.
I know. Just things just come to me sometimes when I talk. All right. We're gonna go with Michael Bay's top 10. We've probably done this already when we did Bad Boys, but he deserves the second recognition, so why not?
And I forget. So let's go.
And yeah, we have Dory as a group member here, so we can always do these. All right, starting with 10 is The Rock. Number 9 is, well, I mean, this is how big Michael Bay is. It's ridiculous. The Rock is number 10 for him. So, and I don't agree with number 9. In my opinion, you can swap these. Actually, to be honest, in my opinion, you could probably rearrange this order. My Michael Bay's 10 is probably not the 10 I'm about to read, so we're just gonna say that. 10, The Rock. Number 9, Pearl Harbor. And there's my case right there. Number 8, Bad Boys 2. Then you have, which one is this one? Transformers, Age of Extinction.
Oh, that was gonna be like towards the top 3.
And then Armageddon. And now your top 5. Ambulance.
Oh, yeah.
Just that is some junk food candy for Brian. Let me tell you. If anyone ever wants to unpack Ambulance, that will be a fun one for me. Number 4, Bad Boys. Number 3, Transformers: Dark of the Moon. Number 2, Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen. And number 1, who wants to guess it?
Transformers.
Transformers.
The
You got
original.
it. Perfect timing, Mr. Nick. I also want to point out that out of the directors with their content, me personally, I have watched 70% of Michael Bay's work. There's just a few titles that I have not seen. So pretty happy about that.
Nice.
All right. That is the director. So obviously Michael Bay, known for his action. I don't know if anyone does it better. I'm really not sure. He just has a look, a feel for it, and just knows how to captivate his audience.
Yeah.
Okay, the cast. Where do I begin? All right, so we'll start with Sean Connery, who plays Mason. You got Nicolas Cage, who plays Goodspeed, and then you've got Ed Harris, who plays General Frank Hummel. What a three! Okay, I cannot stress it enough. These three actors, to me, just made The Rock what it is. They provide so much energy, so much personality, so much charisma, so much British intelligence. You name it, and they're all just really making this movie what it is, and it feels so real. And that's what I love about it. It feels like you actually think that these guys are on Alcatraz Island and you're in danger. And I credit them. Go ahead, John.
Whenever I hear Harrison Ford's name, like it's like I just go back to this character, and like I was convinced that he was in the military. Like that was like that's who he is.
Wait, Harrison Ford?
No, Ed
What's
Harris.
his name?
Ed Harris.
Ed Harris.
Ed Harris.
You
yeah,
called him
Ed
Harrison
Harris.
Ford?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ed Harris.
Totally
Ed
different
Harris.
guy.
Okay. I mean, there are familiar faces up and down this one. So I won't take away all of them. I will take one that I personally am a big fan of. I've seen him in multiple things. The actor goes David Morse, and he plays Major Tom Baxter, which is Hummel's basically right-hand man. He's an incredible. I believe he was in Prison Break.
I can confirm.
If I remember correctly.
Give me a second. When was Prison Break? Like that was.
I think it started in the 2000s.
So, Jen, you'll remember he's in prison. Yeah, he's definitely in Prison Break.
I think you're right.
He's the one of the rich guys. It's towards the end seasons. I cannot remember his character name.
One of the rich guys.
Yeah.
What rich guys?
Oh my God, what is this character? He's for sure in Prison Break. I know for a fact he is.
No, I think you're right. It's like I can see it, but I can't get the name. Rich guy.
I'm not seeing him in Prison Break.
Really?
Not seeing it listed under his stuff.
Okay,
I'm still scrolling.
Is it Prison Break or is it Blind Spot?
I'll look for Blind Spot. The thing I recognized him from was The Green Mile.
I was gonna say that was my second one. Is him in The Green Mile. With Hanks and everything. That's a good pairing.
Yeah, he was also in The Hurt Locker. He did quite a few military things. There was another one called AWOL, which is a short, but like that, I'm gonna guess that's military.
I want to say he's been like in a prison movie, but he was an inmate.
Possible. I didn't see him in Blind Spot.
What?
I didn't see him in Blind Spot.
Oh, this is killing me because I know.
Like, I mean, he's been in a lot
Or
of
was he
stuff.
like maybe like a CSI or Dexter? Maybe that's where we recognize him from.
Yeah, okay, Blind Spot, Hank Crawford. That's who I was thinking of. My bad. So it was not Prison Break. It was Blind Spot.
Ooh,
Never heard of
why
it.
do I know 16 blocks?
But yeah, he's definitely been in a ton of things.
He's got 162 titles listed on IMDb.
Yeah, and he has that familiar face. Oh, of course, he was Mr. Turner in Disturbia.
Hmm. Yeah. I like
You
you
remember
said,
that one?
he has a very recognizable face, but what I'm most impressed by him is he's one of those guys that can be scary, like very intimidating. He has that presence, like in this movie where he's badass Marine who's like scary. You don't want to mess with them, but flip it over to like the Hurt Locker where he has this very sympathetic kind of face, and like he's one of those guys where like he's tough, but he gives off a kindness. Almost like Ed Harris in
Yeah.
like Radio, where it's like he's this
Well,
tough guy, but like he can give off the softness, or he's not like he is a good guy. So like he's able to balance that really well, and that's him.
and then you get like a almost like a combination of both of those sides in Green Mile,
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
where it's like, oh wow, you could be stern and really likable all at the same time, which is yeah, he's great. So that's one that I wanted to shout out to.
He's got like a good military yell voice. Like I could
He
imagine
does.
him being like a commander, or even like in basic training or something, like anything like that, where it's like he's got to like command his troops. He's got like one of those kind of like military scream voices. He's got that.
Yep. Do we want to spotlight any of the works of Sean Connery or Ed Harris or anything like that? Or
I mean, we definitely could. We'd go on a massive tangent if we did.
yeah, I'll
I
probably try to avoid that.
I did want to throw out a potential theory question for you guys as far as Sean Connery's character.
Sure.
Is Mason potentially a reference to Sean Connery as James Bond? They mentioned that he's British intelligence. They mentioned like he's like top. I think God, I can't remember what organization he said he was trained by, but like MI6 I think is what it is, which I think is also James Bond.
Yeah, he just calls it British intelligence. Yeah.
But I'm not saying like it's supposed to, like he is supposed to be James Bond, but like a lot of that accolade, it's supposed to be kind
I
of
can
like that,
see it.
that
Yeah,
nod to it.
it's definitely not saying like, oh yeah, we've got James Bond and we captured him and he doesn't exist. But I can definitely see like
Just like a nod to that
in
character.
another world type,
Yeah.
type thing. Yeah.
Just like as like a tip of the hat to his past. It's like he is James Bond. We're calling him James Bond, but he's not James Bond.
Exactly. Yeah, I can see it.
I did have a couple of actors to throw out as well.
Yeah.
But did you want to dive in on those guys, on Ed Harris or anybody else? Like I don't want to cut off that.
I'm taking a look at Ed Harris real quick.
I love it. His character is so good. Like I feel like he's not even acting, and this is like
he is a general turned terrorist.
yes, but that he's just, or like he is just a wounded soldier, psychologically wounded soldier. But I loved even in I don't know if this is breaking. Never mind, I'll shut up until we start talking.
I do want to like really dive into his character and motivations and stuff, if that's what you're getting at, Jen. So like, do you want to save that for the chat?
Yeah, we'll just wait because I don't know what's allowed.
Anything? You can say whatever you want, Jen.
I've we'll do a little Ed Harris moment here. I've always liked Ed Harris as an actor. Every part that he plays in is to me is always very captivating, whether it's a good person or a bad person. for instance, National Treasure. He plays
Yeah.
such a great villain of this guy just hunting and trying to once again, Nick Cage and Ed Harris pair off in a movie. But then you also have him in Apollo 13 as Houston, and that was just a role that I think that might have been. I can't remember if The Rock or Apollo 13 was my first introduction to Ed Harris. But when I saw him, I'm like, "Who are you? And can we just hang out all the time?" Like, there's just something about it where I don't know. I'm not sure. And then he was like the master behind the Truman Show, wasn't he?
Yes. I'm so
Yeah.
glad you
See,
brought
that
that
was
up.
another one where you're just like, God, this. I don't know. He just jumps into his roles. I think that's what it is.
Because you brought
He's
up the
not even
Truman.
acting.
What was that?
He's not even acting. It's just
He's just that. He's just that good.
that.
He's so method. Yeah, because you brought up the Truman Show, like what I really love about that one is Ed Harris often gives off like a very common kind of vibe, like that intensity. And what I liked about the Truman Show is because he's this director, he's like he has this calm intensity about him. Like he's never over the top. He's very like level and calm. I don't think at any point he ever like really screams or anything, but he's so interesting to watch when his stuff comes up because the moments when he's watching Truman and he's like studying him and he's like, oh, he's figuring it out and these kind of things, like the intensity of what he's doing without saying anything, those are such brilliant moments. And for me, what I really think about when I think of Ed Harris is Radio. And that's another one where
phenomenal.
It's he does such a great job of when he needs to be intense, he's intense. But he's one of those guys where I'm like, he can be a scary person. Look at The Rock. But he is so kind-hearted and gentle in that while being intense and having the moments when he needs to. Like he
and like him as a football coach just in general.
Oh my God. Like perfect.
The world was waiting for that role.
Yes. Such a great choice for that. And I'm just trying to scroll through his other stuff because like I recognize him in things, but I don't. Like I said, the things that I associate him with, we've already mentioned. But he's done so much.
He has. I mean, he's done Pain and Gain.
Was that was Michael Bay too, wasn't it?
I believe that's Bay. It's The Rock and
not the movie The Rock, the man The Rock.
Not the movie The Rock, the actual actor The Rock and Wahlberg.
Wahlberg,
yeah, and then
What's
I don't remember where he is, but he's also done The Firm, and I can't remember what he did in The Firm though.
Oh, was The Firm the one with Tom Cruise?
It's where he's the lawyer and he's realizing that everyone around him is dirty.
Yeah, we did that one too. Let me see if
I
can
broke it
find
down.
that.
Yeah, that was like one of our beginning ones.
Wayne Terrence.
Yeah.
Was he also in Remember the Titans?
Ed Harris?
No.
No.
No? Okay, just Radio.
No, you're that's Denzel and
I do not remember the other coach.
Yeah, it's gonna escape me.
Yeah, Wayne Terrence. I'm not sure.
What is it, Coach Boom?
That's Denzel.
Denzel is Coach Boom, and then the other coach, it's gone. But no, it's not Ed Harris.
If it's not Ed Harris, I don't care then.
Yeah.
Some other white guy.
Well, yeah. So I mean, this was well deserved special shout out to Ed Harris. He just a phenomenal actor. One that it's kind of like the whole not Connery. Wow, I've got too many actors in my head right now. Hackman. It's like the whole Hackman discussion all over again, where it's like you've got this incredible actor and no one really ever mentions you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny you bring that up because they're both in the Firm.
We at GoodFlickas, we appreciate actors and we will highlight any actor who deserves it. So we've definitely given Hackman his spotlight, and Ed Harris, here's yours.
Yeah.
What were we saying, Matt?
Oh no, just saying like you brought up Hackman, who's also in the firm, so it's like
Yeah,
it's one of those. Yeah,
exactly. But again, it's just like you talk about, oh, who's your favorite actor? No one's saying Harris. No one's saying Hackman.
mm-hmm.
So no one have a last name of H is all I'm hearing.
Yeah, the kiss of death and an H last name.
Yeah.
If I knew his name.
It's weird
Harrison
because
Ford.
like you see the works that they put in, and you're just like, how are you guys not in the discussion of the name dropping of Tom Hanks and Tom Cruise and Will Smith and Denzel Washington, like just everyday household names. How are
Mhm.
you guys not part of these? It
Yeah.
blows my mind.
For the Hackman argument, I think it's a generational thing, just because like his career started so much earlier and he was in more iconic things. So like,
Sure.
I think our generation
Probably throw Connery in the mix too then.
for sure, but Connery's been around for so long in such big name roles and stuff. So like
Right.
he keeps showing up in things versus like Hackman, who shows up in things, but he's not necessarily the star of that movie. He is the
Right.
star. Let's be real. He is the star, but he tends to be the antagonist or like one of the main side characters rather than being the character. And I think that's where we start to lose him, because we did The Quick and the Dead where he's the bad guy. He's like incredible in that. I think that was one of the things where we first started talking about how Hackman gets left out. And I think it's the same kind of thing with like Ed Harris, who he plays these amazing roles, these amazing characters, but he's not the star. Like in Truman, it's obviously it's Jim Carrey, but he's the one who makes Truman. Even in radio, while he's obviously the main person, you're not so focused on his character because it's about radio and it's Cuba Gooding Jr. who's
Yeah, I was gonna say you're focused on is it Cuba or is it Omar?
Cuba. It's Cuba Gooding Jr.
Cuba.
Cuba. Yeah, that's what you're focused on.
Exactly. So like he's still giving this incredible performance, but he's not the story. He's the catalyst for the story. So like it's you kind of forget.
The wild thing is in terms of like, because you make a good point how they don't, they do a lot of good supporting roles.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're great supporting actors, even though they have the chops to be more than that, right?
Yeah.
But then you get an actor like, say, Daniel Day-Lewis,
Mm.
who barely does anything, yet still packs a much more powerful punch in terms of a name drop than Ed Harris or Gene Hackman, which is just mind-boggling to me.
I'll let you go, Jen, but I've got things to say as far as Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yeah, I think what really makes them separate, DDL and then Ed Harris and Hackman, is that DDL is very choicey about the roles that he's in. So he's in a smaller list of things, but the things that he is in, he is, I want to say, one of the leading roles in the majority of his movies. Whereas these guys, they have a lot more movies under their belt, but more of the supporting role.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you really could.
Yeah.
Compare it.
Good point.
And one thing that Daniel Day-Lewis does really well too is, yes, he's very choosy about the movies that he's in. So he makes sure that he's picking a movie and a role that he really, really wants. And then he full on commits to it. I mean, the guy goes full method. He learns whatever the guy's profession is that he's playing, or he physically moves himself and holds himself certain ways. Like the guy goes all out for that role, and he's
family into it.
But he physically becomes someone else. So when it's a Daniel Day-Lewis movie, you are seeing Daniel Day-Lewis, but he is not Daniel Day-Lewis.
Right.
I mean, in anything that you mention, he is whatever character he is. Like when you talk about Gangs of New York, or Last of the Mohicans, or My Left Foot, or like anything that Daniel Day-Lewis is in, he is that character. There Will Be Blood. I mean, he's that character. It's not. Nobody refers to Daniel Day-Lewis as, it's his character.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And that's just I think the thing that Daniel Day-Lewis has really sold himself with. He's very particular about the roles that he chooses, and he gets so ingrained into that character that he physically embodies them that you can't see the actor, you can only see the character.
No, I agree.
I'm not in acting. This would be a good question for Jackie. It's like, shouldn't that be the goal for every actor and actress out there? Like, if you really want to put on that great performance, like, take the time to know your character. But I don't know. Maybe not.
There's that's where like the style of acting really comes in, right? I mean, like the actor themselves have their style, and as far as like method acting, it's a very intense way to be an actor, to the point like it's driven people insane to a degree because they put themselves so
True.
deep
Yeah.
into a role. So it's yes, you are becoming this person, but at what point are you the actor losing yourself to be that person? Because I want to say
Right.
who is it? Sacha Baron Cohen, Borat, right? He is a method
Mm-hmm.
actor who's known for being so method that as filming is going on, when he's on set, and I'm pretty sure in interviews, anything, he is that character. And that's a lot to put on everybody, the cast and crew that's around you that has to deal with that. And it's a job. Don't forget that. And balancing where you as the crew, the cast are trying to work with this guy, but he's so ingrained into who the character is that he's not moving outside that. That's a very difficult thing to work with. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got a point.
you,
There is the dark side of it too.
yeah, it of course the goal would be to become that person for whoever you're acting as. Yes, you want
But
to
then come
become that
back.
person. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
acting is it's a lot more difficult than people think. It's not just playing pretend.
Yeah.
It is no, well, like you said, I think this is where I think television actors don't get enough respect, because they are building that character. They are they're given a character description. They become that person for the pilot and the first season, and they're doing the best they can to based off of whatever that little description is. But as the show keeps going and progressing, they're building out that character. They're giving them more detail. They're giving them more backstory. Like they are becoming that person, and that's why after 10 years of playing the same character, people are like, it's hard for me to give it up because that's who I've become.
Yeah.
That's who I do. That's me. Like
Yeah.
it's so much of me is in that character now. So
Right. Like with the guy that played Zach Morris,
mm-hmm.
he tried so hard to like audition for other roles, and people were just like, "Oh, you're Zach Morris, so no." It's like, but he was like, "No, I'm not." Like that was a character. But I guess he had finally landed some cop show, I think, or he's.
NYPD Blue.
Oh, is it NYPD Blue?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's a fantastic show. I love that show.
Well, and
Yep.
he was
Get
in
to
a
work side by side with Sipowicz.
he was in a new show recent. I don't know if it got picked up for a second or third season or not, but it's the is it Trapped or whatever, where he's like a kidnapper that gets kidnapped kind of thing. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
I cannot remember the name of the show, but like it was one of those things where a woman who had
Mark Paul Gosselaar. That's his name.
yes.
Right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I mean, yes. TV, especially when it's kids or teenagers and stuff. Oh man, is it so hard for them to break out of that character?
Big time.
But
I think
well, sorry, all I was gonna say was what's crazy about with Zach Morris was like he wasn't even blonde. The dude was like bleaching his hair for years to be preppy, and that's not him. Like that's not him in the slightest. So it's rough sometimes. Go ahead, Brian.
I just want to bring us back to The Rock.
Yeah. I had a couple of actors I want to bring up, but we don't need to get into it.
Yeah. I wanted to bring out more of a shout out to the performance, just real quick. We don't need to go into anything, but it is the his name, his actor or his real name is Gregory Sporletter, and he is the one who plays Captain Fry. And if you don't remember who Captain Fry is, he is basically the leader. I would say the leader of the mutiny.
Oh,
That guy's performance is outstanding.
that
Where you're like you're already a bad person, but now you're showing me that you're a bad person going against the alliance of the bad people. And he's the one that ends, he's screaming, "I want that chip," and we'll talk about other things later. But his performance always just, I I'm very taken by. He did such a great job.
I'm glad you brought him up because I couldn't remember who that guy was or anything. But like, yes, his performance. All I could say about that guy, especially towards the end, was like, oh, he's got crazy eyes. Like
Yes.
when he
Yes.
was like, oh no, we're doing this. I'm like, yeah, you look like the guy who's ready to do this. Crazy eyes.
Yeah. He looks like you could tell he's been in the field for a little too long.
That guy must have breathed some wrong chemicals at
He
some
was-
point.
To kill more than get the money.
Mm-hmm.
That's a dangerous guy.
That's someone, like I said, that's someone that's been in the battlefield for far too long.
Well, just
Anyway, but
on
yeah,
those
just
that
shout out to him. That's
well,
all the ones I wanted to bring up.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
said you had some.
Well, yeah, well, and I wasn't necessarily going to bring this guy up, but I'm going to do it anyway, just because you brought it up. The other guy that was from the leader of the mutiny, Captain Darrow, Tony Todd.
Familiar to-
Oh yeah.
Tony Todd. I want to say, yeah, he died not too long ago. I think he's most recognized as the Candyman, which is an iconic role for this guy, and he went through so much for it. I don't really know him that well, but like he's one of those guys that like I do recognize him, and I want to give him a huge shout out because same thing when they were ready to
Yeah, he's in
mutiny.
Platoon as well.
Is he in Platoon?
Mm.
Nice.
Mhm.
I like I said, I know he's in stuff. I'm not super familiar with him, but I really enjoyed him in this role because same thing as the Captain Fry. They both gave off that vibe when I first saw him. I was like, oh, the new guys. I'm like, oh, they're gonna be shifty. Don't
Mhm.
trust the new guys. And by the end of it, when it gets to that league, the way that they turn and they're like, no, we're doing this. It scary and incredible. Like they both played like the true villains really, really well. One more quick shout out. I've got two more, but he played Sergeant Crisp, Bokeem Woodbine. He's a guy that I'm still getting to know, but it seems like he's paid his dues for so long. And in the last, I'd say 5 years or so, he's really been getting more roles. He's been getting like bigger characters and stuff. So I'm seeing him in a lot more stuff, and I really like
Okay.
him. I feel like he's often cast as kind of like a villain, more of like a bad guy and that kind of thing. But he's a really great actor, and I'm really enjoying seeing him more. So seeing him this long ago as a supporting character, I was not expecting him in this movie, but really enjoyed him. He's the young guy, but great actor, phenomenal actor. Shout out to him because I'm seeing him in a lot more stuff, and he's getting bigger roles. So I'm proud that his career is really it's seeming to really take off for him. So good for him. The last actor that I wanted to bring up, and it's because it's a personal favorite of mine. When I heard, I can't believe I missed his name. Huh?
I was gonna say,
You
can I
want to guess?
it?
Yeah.
Because
I
think I know.
before you do,
Sure.
all I will say is I can't believe I missed his name when I was originally going through the credits on IMDb. But when I heard his voice, I immediately recognized him. What's your guess?
You want me to guess name or character name?
Totally up to you.
John C. McGinley.
Yes, it absolutely was John C. McGinley. Dr. Cox himself. I love Scrubs. I've watched this show so many times, and he's one of my favorite characters, and I think he's an incredible actor. Some of the things that I've seen him in outside of Scrubs and these kind of things, because I think, is he in Platoon too? He's in another. I was like, I know he's in quite a few military movies and stuff.
Yep.
But
he's in Platoon.
I absolutely love him. I think he's an incredible actor. I think he's absolutely hilarious, but he hits the serious roles and everything too. Like he is a phenomenal actor. So really love him. Was really happy to see him, and I swear to God, I had to rewind. I had to go back into the credits on IMDb to confirm. I'm like, that's him. That is Dr. Cox. So I was really happy to see him. Really, I don't like seeing him as a bad guy, but I was really happy to see him. Go ahead, Jen.
He's also in Office Space too.
Yes. Yes, he is. The before I hand it back to you, Jen, I'm sorry. The one movie that I like to call out that most people don't recognize him from is Wagons East. It's a really funny comedy.
I haven't seen that one.
It's fantastic. I don't think a lot of people have seen it. I want to say it's John Candy's last movie before he dies.
Okay.
So not a lot of people have seen it, but tons of big names in it. Lots of people you'd recognize, and it's a silly. I can't call it a Western because they're heading east. So it's a bit of a parody in some regards, but it's really funny. Really love it. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The concept is hilarious, and he's phenomenal. Go ahead, Jen.
Who is the actor that you're talking about?
His name is John C. McGinley.
Captain Hendricks.
He's the guy who sets the booby trap in the showers and the drain. Was like, this is the problematic area. I've created this special little thing. He's also the guy who gets caught on fire and tossed into the water.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Now I know who.
Yeah.
But I have somebody that I want to shout out. I think he does, like, paired with Ed Harrison, like they're feeding off each other's energy so well. And I don't know his name or his character's name, so help me out, guys. But it's in the first meeting, the first fight in the bathroom scene, and it's we'll call him the good guys like general. And he's like, I'm not gonna take that order. Like his acting in that was so good. It almost like brings me to tears. Like he was like, don't you remember? Like he was talking to Hummel. I was like, don't you? What are you doing? Like,
is that that's Michael Biehn, right?
I don't know his name.
Yeah, it's Commander Charles Anderson.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's Michael Biehn, Biehn.
Bane, maybe?
Stand by. What? Who are you?
See, I don't think that was him.
No, it's him.
What was the name? What was the character's name?
Anderson.
I know he's a Navy SEAL was the thing, and like they had a bunch of the SEALs just listed as Navy SEAL.
Okay, he was uncredited. Apparently he's in Greece. He was in Greece. He was also in Terminator.
He's in Greece?
Yeah, he was Mike uncredited, so it wasn't one of the.
Oh, okay,
not the major ones.
How did he not get a credit? Like that guy was screaming so much.
Yeah. Well, I credit him.
No. He was uncredited in Greece.
Oh. Who was he in Greece?
Mike. Fucking Mike.
What are they? High school punks.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's his actor name. And I agree that performance. Well, and
we'll talk about it. Yeah, but like
that scene is on the list to talk about for sure.
Oh, good, like so good. He brought that.
All right. Let's speed things up a little bit. So we're gonna go into our ratings now.
Let's speed things up again. So we did The Rock.
What?
It's like gross was.
Yeah. No, I think we did a great job highlighting actors on that one because I knew that was going to take a pretty decent amount of time. There's some big ones.
Yeah.
Okay, so ratings. Welcome to 2025's newest #1 movie.
I approve.
I approve too. I don't know if it's going to hold. It's only, we're giving this one a 4.49 out of 5 stars.
Wow.
It was close.
So we'll see. I don't think it'll
Hey,
hold, but
Matt.
um,
No,
as far as
sorry.
Matt's gonna derail us right now.
No, I'm keeping my mouth shut, but I was looking at your commander from Greece and everything, and I just realized what he's in. But go on, keep going with scores. Like I said, I'm not derailing. I had a strong reaction. Oh, gasp!
I heard it too.
Yeah, your commander from Greece. I don't remember any commanders in Greece.
I don't remember any.
Well, he was
commanders
Mike. He
either.
said, but like he's the commander for the SEALs in this movie.
Yeah, you had the T-birds, you had the pink ladies, and then you had the cool commander.
Commander Mike.
He was a jock.
Oh man. All right. IMDb is going to give this 7.4 out of 10. Letterbox is 3.6 out of 5. Smoke weed, I guess. Apparently, I don't know. And Roger Ebert is 3.5 out of 4 stars. He really liked this one. I'm going to pull up his review in real time. Okay, Roger Ebert, this is how he starts off his review. Quote, "The Rock is a first-rate, slam-bang action thriller with a lot of style and no little humor. It's made out of pieces of other movies, yes, and not much in it is really new, but each element has been lovingly polished to a gloss." He also mentioned one thing. Where does it say? I remember reading something. Stand by, stand by. Oh, here we go. Quote, "What really works is the chemistry between Connery as a reluctant warrior who has all the skills necessary to outsmart and outfight the occupying force, and Cage as the nerd who can disarm the rocket, but is not much in the killing department." I like that take.
I love calling Nick Cage a nerd is hilarious because like
Yeah.
the only other time that's applicable is National Treasure.
And then he ends it with quote, no matter director Michael Bay orchestrates the elements into an efficient and exciting movie with some big laughs, sensational special effects sequences, and sustained suspense. And it's interesting to see how good actors like Connery, Cage, and Harris can find a way to occupy the center of this whirlwind with characters who somehow manage to be quirky and convincing. Raj, finding the words that I wish I could speak. Good job, man. Good job. All right. The budget was 75 million.
Wow.
And the worldwide gross is 335 million.
Just a little bit of profit there.
Yeah.
It's not too shabby. Believe it or not, I had to double check this. In a Michael Bay movie, there was an Oscar nominee. Shocked.
Okay.
Like action. This is not a movie that normally Oscars are like, hey, let's take a look at this one. Especially in '96. I was, it's true. It is true. It was nominated for Best Sound,
Oh, I could see that.
but it did not win. I was like, this movie has an Oscar nominee? Like, get out of here.
Well, I could totally see
It
that.
had no Golden Globes. But our friend of MTV Movie and TV Awards have appeared.
Yay.
I've got 3 nominees and 1 winner. Are we ready?
Okay.
Nominated for Best Movie, Best Action Sequence, and they actually break it down, which is helpful.
Okay.
For the Yellow Ferrari's chase through San Francisco.
Okay.
Mm.
And it was nominated for Best On-Screen Duo, Sean Connery and Nicolas Cage.
Those
winner,
are
guys.
good. Those are good nominations.
With it being MTV, I'm gonna go with the Ferrari.
Okay, you're going Best Action.
I think the people like that. Yeah.
All right.
I feel that I'm thinking the same thing. Like I'm normally I would try and pick something different just for the sake of, one of us hopefully being right 2 out of 3, but I'm feeling the Ferrari chase.
Well, this is a little bit before Fast and the Furious, guys. So it's actually going to be On-Screen Duo.
Okay,
Sean Connery and Nicolas Cage.
Okay. This how far before Fast and the Furious is this?
Oh,
4 years, I think.
Is it
yeah,
99?
it was 2000, 2001, right?
Okay.
Or did it come? Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
I can't remember the exact, but I know Fast and the Furious was not mid-90s.
5 years.
What could this have lost to? Like that was that chase
For action?
Yeah,
You want me to pull it up?
I was gonna pull it up so you
last
could keep going, but like I'm trying to imagine.
time. Okay, sure.
It was the MTV
I
Awards.
was
You
gonna
said
say it stalls us a little, but I could do it.
no. You keep going. I'll see what beat it. It was the MTV Awards.
All right. Well, I've got a
1906.
list to go through, so here we go. Most of the comedy parts were improvised in this one. As the script goes, it was more, straight, serious, straightforward, militant, aye, all that stuff. But they decided we're going to put a little bit of comedy in this, and I think that really works because it's not over the top comedy, but there's definitely enough comedic relief to where you're just like, this movie is just my candy right now. I love it. Oh my God, Sean Connery, you are the man. Sean Connery wanted to dock a yacht on Alcatraz because he didn't want to keep going back and forth to his hotel in between filming. He wanted to dock a yacht, and the Coast Guard said, "No, that's not happening."
I mean, I can respect it, but nah.
I can definitely respect it. That's so funny. All right. On top of that, Connery had Michael Bay's back during a meeting with Disney studio executives. So I guess as the story goes, they called Michael Bay because they weren't really happy with rumors they were hearing or what have you. And so he was on his way to go to the meeting, and Connery's like, "Hey, where are you going?" And he said, "I'm going to a meeting to meet with the Disney executives." And he's like, "Great, can I come too?" And he's like, "Sure." And so Bay walks in, and Sean Connery walks in right behind, and the executives nearly shit their pants. They're like, "What the hell is he doing here?" And he's like, "You guys need to stay off Michael. He's doing a fantastic job, and just let us make this movie." And just completely like backed up Bay entirely. So bravo, Sean. Bravo. Go ahead, Matt.
I was gonna say, like, because this is so early on in Michael Bay's career, I'm sure those Disney execs were thinking they could kind of push him around and move things a certain way. Having Connery there really was the like, ooh, he got backup. We can't just get away with whatever we want to do.
He brought the strong arm.
Yeah. Well, and I laughed.
And how many times have we broke down movies where we hear that the executives want to get their little crummy fingers into the cookie jar and just screw everything up?
Yes. What? My God, you've read off so many fun facts in the past of executives' ideas, and it's like, that was a shit idea. Like, terrible idea.
Yes.
And like, they're pushing for it. Like, thank God directors and writers and stuff are clever enough to convince them out of that idea, or just flat out like, sorry, that landed on the cutting room floor. We did it, but it just wasn't working. Like, terrible ideas.
You guys bring us the money. We will make the product.
Yeah.
All right. That's the relationship here.
Yeah,
Let us
it's like,
do our job. I do have the answer for best action sequence.
Okay. Ooh, do I get to guess something finally?
Yeah, I'll read off all of the nominees.
Okay. Wow, I'm on this side of
Feels good, right? So it's five
That's
nominees.
great.
Five nominees.
Okay.
So there's the Ferrari chase through San Francisco from The Rock. There's aliens blow up cities from Independence Day. The train helicopter chase from Mission Impossible. The truck drives through farm equipment, Twister, and Arnold Schwarzenegger free falls, Eraser.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
I'll let you choose first, bro, because you never get to play.
Okay. You said the truck in Twister?
Truck drives through farm equipment, Twister, yes.
Yep. Okay. And then Independence Day was the third one.
I did them in all random
Eraser.
orders.
Yeah, no, I figured. Eraser was the free falling. And then what's the other one I'm forgetting? Oh, and no.
The train helicopter chase, Mission Impossible.
Oh, Mission Impossible.
Yeah.
Is this the original?
Yes, Mission Impossible, yeah. Just MI1.
90s. God, the 90s just had action down. That list is unbelievable.
That is
Take a second to appreciate this list right here.
that is hard.
I'm gonna have to go Independence Day though.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna
They
go.
blew up the Empire State Building and the White House.
I'm going with Mission Impossible. Just again, popularity contest.
Okay.
I think Mission Impossible.
Because everyone
Seeing that movie everywhere.
What steers me away from Mission Impossible is everyone talks about when it comes to Mission Impossible, the original, they talk about the silent room and him going down on the line. And yeah, that's what is the sweat that he collect, all that. That's what they talk about. They never talk about the other thing.
Okay. Well, I'm going to tell you that you are both wrong.
Whoa, my God.
Gosh,
Is it Twister?
Eraser?
It's Twister.
Twister.
The truck drives through
I
the
was
farm
torn
equipment
between
and Twister. Yeah.
I was torn between Twister because that's a really good one too.
Wow. Just because Twister won this, and I can bring this up, when we were in Universal in Orlando, they used to have like a walkthrough thing that was Twister, where you basically you're under like a canopy kind of thing, and then the Twister happens in front of you, and you're watching like wind, rain, sparks, things like everything crashing around. Like you're like on the set of watching this natural disaster happen in front of you, and they got rid of it.
Oh my god.
They don't have it anymore. Like I was so excited to see that, because like I remember going through it when I was younger. I'm like, this is so freaking awesome. It was intense. It was literally like being on the movie set, and it felt like a Twister was going through. Like you got those vibes of like shit.
Huh.
Crazy.
So yeah, I can see this one. I am surprised though, because my memory of Twister the movie of this is like it really is just a driving sequence, and it's the cow, I'm sure, is what really did it. Like
Yes.
Probably.
that's what solidified it for everybody, is that cow flying by. But and like that's all I really remember. Like is like there's tons of farm equipment. There's
you know what? Doesn't a semi truck just go airborne?
Like a red truck.
I
right?
think it's just a red truck. I don't know if it's a semi, because
No,
they're driving
I'm
a truck.
picturing like an oiler type thing. I remember it goes up and then just gets launched out of it.
It might, because I think there is like a big explosion.
Yeah.
I remember like parts of a barn, and like what is the weather vane, like the I remember that flying around. Yeah.
Now the other problem is I just watched Twisters, so now I'm trying to get some of that image out of while we're talking about Twister.
Yeah.
But anyway, All right, genius premiere idea. The premiere of the movie was in the recreation yard of Alcatraz.
Nice.
Oh wow,
Can anyone imagine going to that?
that is cool. Wait, how much? Not many people could go to that, I imagine, right? Is it pretty small?
Alcatraz is a pretty big island.
I've never been.
I've never
Me
been.
either. It's
Yeah.
shocking to me the fact that I've lived near Alcatraz all my life and I have yet to go to this damn place. And I'm fascinated with the prisons. I don't know what's wrong with me. I
Yeah,
just need to
why
go.
are we playing this?
We need to go.
Oh yeah, let's go. If we can make it to a Giants game, we can make it to Alcatraz.
Yeah, we need to go to Alcatraz.
The rumor that I've heard as far as going to Alcatraz is like you have to plan that trip like months in advance because the tours and stuff get booked up so fast, especially during the summertime. So I've just never gone myself.
Gina
Oh,
did something
yeah.
with like a park I forgot what it was.
Ranger
They got
Bob.
to spend the night at Alcatraz.
Oh my gosh, I don't think
Yeah.
I could spend the night there.
Yeah.
I'd
Ooh,
be
that'd
real
too-
uncomfortable.
Yeah, I would not like that at all. Ooh, I'll visit.
Alcatraz was open to the public during filming.
Hmm.
So I'm just picturing going to Alcatraz and seeing Sean Connery and Nicolas Cage running around and being like, what's happening? That would be amazing. This is Bay's favorite movie that he's done.
Okay.
Aw.
This is Don and Jerry's last production together.
Mm.
I'm sure we know why, or if not.
Dawn and Jerry, or they?
Yeah, so you
Jerry
have
Bruckheimer?
Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer. They were a nice little duo. And then that's when you start to see just Jerry Bruckheimer production after this.
Oh.
But Don Simpson ended up dying from drug. It wasn't like it sounds like it was an overdose, but it was like a heart problem from excessive drug use. So it really wasn't an overdose. It was just the after effects of it. And he ended up dying during during filming of this movie, which is why you see at the very end of the movie that it was dedicated to Don Simpson.
Mm.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's
Yeah.
so sad.
I did not make that connection with the dedicated to.
Yeah. Now the other interesting thing is, as the story goes, Jerry and Don were already struggling, especially Jerry with Don's drug use, and was going to call it quits after this movie no matter what.
Oh, wow.
And then life actually happened, and you're like, whoa.
Oh, I wonder.
So it was really not meant to be that.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
that's crazy because I when I think of like I see Jerry Bruckheimer's name, like that
Mhm.
logo of I think it's the lightning striking the
The
tree
lightning
or
coming down
whatever.
on the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
100%.
so iconic to me, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be a good one. Like, I do associate Jerry Bruckheimer's movies. I'm like, oh, this is gonna be a good one. When I see that, I know, and it was
Yes.
it was really startling, is the best way I kind of describe it, to see his name with was it Don Simpson, Jerry Bruckheimer? Didn't say both.
Yes.
But like I seeing that, and like I'm still getting the lightning, but I'm like, that's not the right lightning bolt.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like it felt off to me, but at the same
Yeah.
time, it's like, oh, Jerry Bruckheimer's in this. This could be good.
Yeah. Cage ad-libbed Zeus's butthole.
Oh, yeah. We know that now.
This is a direct quote for Bay. Because they were, oh, I'm sorry. Let me give you the backstory. I can't just go into that. They wanted him to have bits and pieces of Alcatraz, but mostly wanted him to shoot to film in LA. And then just have a little bit to just give the illusion that they were on the island. Direct quote from Bay. I gotta shoot on this island because the island is fucking bitchin'.
Okay.
Right.
That should be the quote whenever Michael Bay is mentioned. Like you want to see a Michael Bay movie, it's because it's bitchin' is the vibe you're getting. What did you think? What did you think of the new
amazing. And
Michael
I'm
Bay movie? It was
actually
bitchin'.
filmed on the islands.
All of it was?
Yeah.
Or really?
It was all filmed on Alcatraz.
That is fascinating to me because the whole. I know we're gonna get into the scenes and stuff, but all the stuff that's like underneath with like the cable cars and things, those ones I'm like I really want to know. Well,
we'll talk about that later. Yeah,
that stuff is very fascinating to me.
And we'll talk about more about how there's kind of clues behind this, but Quentin Tarantino and Aaron Sorkin are uncredited screenwriters on this one. And you can see some of them like, yeah, of course they are. Bay had a sequel idea. Godspeed has the microfilm evidence and is pursued by the government, has nowhere to go, which makes him turn to Mason.
Oh, that would be so good.
Yeah.
But then what about his wife and child?
It's going to be a bumpy ride. The original line. Oh, so this is when so this is when the poison is put in. The original line, and we're not going to talk about the scene yet. The original line was before "Eat That You Fuck" was, "Did I ever tell you I was going to be a dad?"
No.
Cage hated it.
Yeah.
He still filmed it.
That's way too personal.
They actually filmed it, and then they reviewed the tape, and they're like, "Oh no, this sucks." And so that's when they changed it to "Eat That You Fuck."
Yeah, that's better. That'd be so random.
Did I ever tell you I was gonna be a dad? That's horrible.
Well, airplane in the mouth or what? Like, eat that.
Why that? Like,
I don't even know how that's an option.
It's so bad.
That would not match with anything.
Okay, the hotel scene, which we're also not going to talk about right now,
frightened
several onlookers.
I can imagine.
Because they actually had someone dangling off of the... Yeah. 90s were wild, man. They're like, we're doing it.
Wow.
This is pre-CGI, baby.
A lot of people were on the ground and they saw someone dangling and, calls came in.
Oh my God, I could imagine. Did they have like a prompt? If this is about the man hanging off, please hang up. It's not an emergency.
This is Cage's first action blockbuster.
This is pre-Con Air?
He did it to prove to people that he could actually do an action blockbuster movie. A lot of people thought that he did not have the chops and could not do it.
Was Gone in 60 Seconds?
Later.
Much later.
Oh, it's later?
This is the start of what they call from Cage the Holy Trinity.
Oh.
Which is this one, The Rock. Next year is Con Air. And the year after that, the same year is Face Off.
Oh, wow.
Oh, they really were like, they're back to back too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
God.
And after that, you're just like, well, welcome to the 90s with Nick Cage as action. He took over. Goodspeed's personality was Cage's idea. So, Matt, you were talking about how actors sometimes they get a backstory and then they roll with it. Nick Cage was like, no, this is the type of personality I think that Goodspeed needs to have. And yes, he knew what he was doing.
Oh, yeah.
This is hard to imagine, but apparently one day during filming, Harris couldn't stop laughing at the actor who was the Alcatraz tour guide. He basically had the giggles on scene and was just constantly laughing while they were trying to film the tour guide scene.
To be fair, he's pretty silly. Like,
I don't know, but I'm picturing Harris in giggle mode.
Yeah. How's he supposed to be this badass, like, general taking over? He's just laughing.
I don't want to dive into the scene, but when they show Ranger, I think it's Ranger Bob, right? When they show him and they do the whole like from the feet up tilting of the camera, and you see that his socks are like all wonky, one's hanging down, like but he's trying to be like kind of a badass, and the actual badasses walk up behind him and just kind of like, hey Bob, like the whole situation, I could imagine being really hilarious for Harris to be like, okay, I'm supposed to be serious, but everything about this is ridiculous. It's a serious moment, but the situation is pretty funny.
Exactly. All right, my last one, and we don't really need to talk about this unless you guys want to, but there was a possible Goodspeed.
If you say Tom Cruise, I swear to God.
In the 90s.
He goes by the name of Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
I'm glad he chose Eraser.
Arnold turned it down because he didn't like the script. So they really wanted Arnold to play Goodspeed.
I'm glad it wasn't.
I'm so glad it wasn't.
Yeah.
It would not have worked.
No.
He couldn't have been.
Well, I mean,
Especially like Goodspeed is a biochemist, and he's supposed to be a Nick Cage character. I'm just picturing.
Yeah.
We'll save everything.
He wouldn't be able to handle the fragility. He'd be like.
Anyway, yeah, I'm really glad he turned it down. Go ahead, Matt.
Thinking about Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sean Connery, and you're telling me the situation is Sean Connery is saving Arnold's ass.
Exactly.
Like,
that's also a tough one.
Not to say that Connery couldn't do it, but like just that dynamic, it's like it doesn't fit. It doesn't feel right.
No.
Like, especially since Arnold has made an entire career, especially at this point, of being the one who's doing the saving and being the badass.
Yes.
Like, the character would have had to be completely different, and it's not interesting if you've just got two badasses who are going around shooting people. Like, it might as well be Bad Boys, right? Like, it's not the same anymore.
It would have been. It would not have worked, man. No way.
No.
Especially with like the guy, like the bad guy, the leader of the bad guy troop, like the size difference alone, it just wouldn't. That guy would punch Arnold and kill himself.
I mean, and then at one point, Goodspeed shows us that he's actually afraid to go in the field, and I'm supposed to look at Arnold and be like, "Oh, you're afraid to go in the field?" Like, I mean, there's so many flaws in this.
Yeah, his size will give her. I think he could play a really good nerd, though. I really could, and I think because of his size, it would make it funny. But then the fact that this is an action, no, that's where
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I have no problems with him
like
being
a Professor Poindexter type thing.
I don't know who that is.
Just being super nerd, like lab coat and glasses.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been. It just wouldn't have worked. You've said it. It wouldn't work.
No.
Yeah, I'm glad he chose Eraser.
He made a good choice.
I think we dragged this long enough.
We didn't drag it out. This is a great chat. But yes, I think we are due.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Good night, everybody. We are good.
Yeah,
I think we're good for a
definitely
break.
over the hour for sure.
About an hour and a half. We did pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a long fun fact session.
I'm not sorry. It just means.
But it's The Rock. Well deserved.
Yeah. Yes. I like the tangents we went on. It's gonna be a good chat. But good fun facts. We've earned a break. Everybody go get something to drink, get something to eat, because I'm hungry. Go to the bathroom, do what you gotta do. We'll be back soon. And yeah, we'll see you as we dive into The Rock.
thought that was my baby girl, Melanie. Here. Come here. Beautiful. Oh, we have to set the alarm. I'm waking up at 7 a.m., not 3 a.m. High five. High five. High five.
Hey, Jen.
Hello, I'm playing high five with Kiwi.
Nice.
She's like flopped on the couch, but she's like stretched out one paw, so I just keep high fiving her.
Boop. Just booping the kitty.
Just high-fiving.
So I was chatting with Jamie, and she reminded me that I know for a while we were doing the whole giving Matt a timeout thing when he's talking too much.
Yeah.
But which I'm still not against. But what she does when I get talking to like for too much, too long, when I'm just starting to ramble and that kind of thing, she hits me with this. Get away from the camera.
Like bunny fingers?
Kind of. So it's it represents like pulling the cable on the bus to let you know like to stop, like let the bus driver know to stop. So it's like, so she without saying anything, or if like just I'm going too long, she'll just like hit me with that. So if you guys want to pick that up as well, I will not be offended. I'm already used to it, and it's a great way to signal like, Matt, you've been going too long. Get off the bus.
Like off at the next stop. That is funny. I don't think I have the heart to ever stop someone from talking. Unless you're like being rude, which you never are, so it doesn't bother me.
I'm telling you, I don't find it rude. It does let me know though, like, because sometimes it takes me a minute to kind of recognize that I've been going for a minute.
Talking a lot. Yeah. Well, let tell my brother.
Show Brian the signal.
Yeah. Jamie has a signal.
You may have heard this, but Jamie has a signal for me when I'm been talking too long or rambling too much. She hits me with the pull the stop cord on the bus. So she'll just, if I'm going too long, she hits that. So I was saying, because we used to have the putting Matt in timeout for a minute to get me to slow down and stop. Which again, I'm not opposed to. If we still want to do that, it's necessary. I understand. But you guys can hit me with the pull cord if you need. I will not be offended. I understand. Don't abuse it though. Just like, oh, Matt's talking. Good. He started talking again. That doesn't seem fair. But I get it. I do get it.
Did Jen tell you what I always did to my mom?
No.
What did you do?
You don't remember?
No. Oh, the page.
Turn the page.
When Mom started to just ramble, I would just be like, she's like, all right. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh my god. I forgot about
like
that.
forever story, Mom.
You can hit me with that too if it feels more natural. I'll try and recognize it.
Yeah. Oh man.
All right. We're all back. We had a long fun fact, so we ready to hop into it?
Yep.
Because we still want to end this early, don't we?
It's 8:06. I think that's out the door.
Keep the faith. Keep the faith.
Chicken nuggets, rice, and mix of veggies. I love chicken nuggets. They were like organic like one of the cracked out monkeys.
I love it. I love it. Well, what's funny is like we started doing the whole like syncing up the clapping thing to be a visual cue for Nick with his editing, but now that we're basically doing live straight to YouTube, there's no editing process. So it doesn't matter. But it's still fun. Who cares?
It is fun.
Join in or not, but I love it because it just makes me feel good. Makes me feel involved. But welcome back to GoodFlickas, home of the GoodFlickas. Can you take our critiques? Let's find out as we dive into The Rock. Finally, after a long, long intro of fun facts that I'm not sorry about, And what better place to start than the very beginning? A very good place to start. This is one of those intros that, for me, it could have been better, and I blame the actual credits because it's such a powerful concept of the rainy day military funeral. That vibe alone, that scene, that setting, it's always an emotional thing, and it's always meant to elicit something, and it's powerful, it's big. And this is where Michael Bay doing his Michael Bay thing. The credits roll, you get your title drop, and it's fire and explosions. And it's like, you're taking me immediately out of the fact that rain, sadness, fire, explosion. Like, it's such a, there's such parallels. It's like, it's just not working for me. So there's the first complaint. But I don't necessarily mind it, but for me, as like an artistic choice, I don't like how disruptive the credits are from the actual emotion and setting of what's happening in the visuals of this military funeral in the rain. But did you guys have any thoughts or anything that you want to get out? And yeah, go ahead, Brian.
I mean, truthfully, the intro to this movie is always one that I can never remember how it starts, and so that's kind of like a statement in itself. The one thing that I do really like that they did about this intro, because I honestly don't have much to say about it, is the voiceovers of the tactical radio that's going on while in the process of the funeral. And I'm just like, this is so impactful. Like, you're watching, you have the visuals of, like you were saying, the rain and the funeral and all that stuff, but the audio that you're hearing is what they were going through in the battlefield. And it's what brought them to this funeral. And I'm like, oh, that's really good, you know. And that's all I just wanted to highlight.
Yeah. Jen, did you have any thoughts?
I think my thought would be considered like right after the intro, I would say.
Okay.
So no.
Okay.
No.
You hold on to it. Okay. Yeah. Well, Brian, to kind of like tag on to what you said, like I liked those aspects of it so much that like the oh, you got something, Jen? Go for it. Yeah.
I have a personal opinion.
Yeah. That there was so much energy there. I can't stop that.
So my thought while I'm watching the military, like the bad guys, go into this military base, my first thought is like, you guys are on the same team. Like, it's so heartbreaking to me. It's like, what made these guys snap where it's like, it's not even like stunning somebody, like they're straight up killing people left and
No, they're not.
They're not?
No.
They're tranquilizing.
There's one line that lets you know that they're not using live rounds. He's like, the trank or whatever will wear off in a few hours or something. So like it's one line, they drop it real fast.
They're using darts.
Darts, that's what they say.
Okay, never mind. All is well.
No, it's great what they're doing.
They're on the same team, but they're just making them take a nap because all they want is the poisonous gas. That's what.
Right. And that because
they didn't want to take lives of military lives because they are their brothers.
Civilians in San Francisco.
They don't even want to do that. We'll get into that, but yeah, they are brothers and sisters, and it's like, you have what we want, and we're gonna get it because we're better than you, and you don't know we're coming because you don't expect us to, and we're just gonna use darts to make you take a nap, and that's it. No one died.
Oh wow, okay, I completely missed that line.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Not no one died.
Hey.
Did he snap someone's neck?
No. I did have a problem with actually no, I don't think so.
No. Okay.
There were a couple of like iffy violent moments that I would say like maybe you gone too far. Like even the guy who gets shot with the beanbag and gets thrown out the window, I'm like, you're kind of not doing yourself the favor you were going for with hitting him with the beanbag if you're sending him out a window and down 2 flights. Like, he might be dead. But benefit of the doubt, action movie, I will concede that the concept was no, they don't kill anyone.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well that makes it.
Yeah, I do want to talk about that scene more, but we'll get into it later. Unless you guys are wanting to consider that part of the intro too.
Which one?
The breaking into the weapons facility.
Oh, that's intro for sure.
Yeah, I say up until when we see the first sunlight is intro.
Exactly.
Okay.
Basically, I look at it as the intro ends the minute you see Goodspeed in the office.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's the start of the new scene. And so anything before that, I've always seen that as the intro.
Okay. So yeah, I'm not a whole lot to say then for like the rainy day situation other than what I've already said. I was really interested in the quotes. So with the rainy day funeral, one thing that I thought was really interesting with all those visuals with the radio transmissions and stuff that were going on, and seeing the general getting ready for like the funeral, getting into his dress uniform and everything, I was surprised to see that he actually wasn't involved in the funeral. He was going to a separate grave. So like it was, they used that image to set up the scene and kind of elicit some good emotions and everything, but it wasn't the real point of it all. It was part of it that we find out later. But his conversation with his wife, I thought was really interesting. It sets up a lot of really good questions. So I've got a couple of quotes where I think he starts it off with, there's something they got to do, Barb. That tells me that, like, because he goes on a little bit before where he says, he implies that they've had this sort of conversation before. And then he says, this is the line that really got me. Let's hope this elevates their thinking. The watching it for the first time, hearing that line right at the beginning, and then being followed up by this scene where they're storming this weapons facility, I'm like, this guy's intense. He's got something, because he doesn't give any kind of plan away yet or really explain anything. He just sets up that he's angry with how something has been handled, and he's going to take some extreme measures to make it known that something should change. So I was really interested with that line, and I really liked it and really wanted to see what it was going to play out. And I kind of hoped that Barb was going to come in later too in some sort of way. Like they bring up his wife, and then it's just kind of forgotten about until I think the last moments or his last moments. But we'll get into that later. And then we get into the storming the facility, which, again, this was the moment where I heard Dr. Cox's voice, and I was like, is that Dr. Cox? And I got to go back and see. But I did like how this whole scene kind of goes about. Like, it's action, it's quick, and it's you can see how efficient these guys are. And it's not surprising how easily they take over this facility, because like you said, they weren't prepared. They had no clue it was coming, and these guys knew what they were doing and where they were going, and they execute to a T. The only kind of gripe or anything that I have is with the actual loss of the one chemical weapon, where they knew how dangerous it was, and yet they felt like they didn't take the precautions, in my mind, knowing how dangerous this weapon was. It's like, you know what you're doing, you know you're on a time crunch, and of course, the second that it happens where the chemical is released, everybody knew to panic and go. But one guy is unfortunately too slow and doesn't make it out, which I know is to show us how dangerous and brutal this chemical weapon is. And it's effective. Like, I mean, the visuals and everything is absolutely effective. But I don't like how careless they seem to be as they're collecting these weapons. That's the only real gripe I have with how this mission was executed. I'm like, you guys are better than this. You've shown how good you are at executing everything. That felt too careless to me, knowing how dangerous the situation was. But go ahead, Jen.
Yeah.
You have a point. I was actually gonna bring up the fact that I like that they showed us just how serious the chemical is. I mean, I think, but I think you're absolutely right. Like those guys were top of the top of the top, and they probably would not have had like any mistakes. But then, I mean, they're human at the end of the day too. So I forget exactly how it. I think it just slips out from their little braid looking thing, right?
Yeah.
And then just one slips out. But I actually, when I saw that, because I had forgotten about that scene entirely, but I was like, I kind of like that they show that, because it just shows, it helps the audience understand how bad this is and like how detrimental it can be. And to an extent, I think the troops were aware that it was dangerous. Like they knew to flee immediately, but to physically see that, their acting was really good, because they were just like, holy crap, like that, like that's our friend for one, and we have to watch this, but they're just seeing it slowly eat away at this guy's body. And I don't think, I think that was like their first, like, oh, this is really bad. Like this is really, really bad.
Yeah. Like, well, and it's all theoretical at that point, right? It's like they know what it can do, they know how bad it is, but to witness it, and I agree with you. I love that they showed us what it's capable of, because it makes the whole threat as it's going on throughout the movie. I'm like, we've seen what it did to one person, and they're talking about hitting an entire city.
And that was just one.
There's just one.
Like, or it wasn't even a ball. It was like the smoke.
It was one ball, but it broke.
It was, yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't a ball. Okay.
Yeah. But to jump ahead to certain scenes, they talk about how potent this stuff really is. So I mean, like, that ball was enough, if deployed up in the atmosphere, was enough to probably take out a city itself. Because I think
he said 100 feet. 100 feet.
For like a teaspoon or something of it. That ball contained what, maybe 3 ounces?
That was a tablespoon at least.
Exactly. So I mean, like, and those things had however many balls within them. Like, so like that, they had 15 of those things. Like, the amount of carnage that just one of those things could have done, and they had so many.
Yeah.
Horrifying what they could have done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm unless you guys have anything else to really talk about with intro and stuff. I mean, no.
Mm-mm.
Let's hit up some memories. Okay, Jen.
So I have 2. So whenever I hear The Rock, instantly I think Sean Connery, and I try and do the accent to the best of my ability. I'm like Sean Connery. But it was towards like the very beginning of like watching this movie, and I just get this flashback of somebody, I couldn't remember who it was, but somebody swallowing one of those little green balls. So I don't know if like it's that part or just the little green balls in general. Like I just remember the lethal weapon that they have to deal with. Those are my memories.
I have too many memories of this movie. It's like,
give us your top 3.
I don't even know if I don't know, because I've been re-listening. I'm like, do I want to do that, or do I really want to like go with like what truly is things that come to mind, right? One of them for sure is what you just said. It's the image of the green balls.
Mm-hmm.
Like the poisonous, that green poisonous gas, with how vibrant they are, and how dark of a movie it is for the most, especially when you get into Alcatraz. It's like not a lot of light is hitting here, and then you see those poisonous balls, and you're like, wow, that is just really
It's like,
man.
It's like a poisonous chandelier.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what
Especially when they
it's like.
pull it out and it's like, yeah, like the pearls are dangling and everything. You're like,
Mhm.
no. So like that's definitely when I think of The Rock, I'm like, yeah, that's the poison gas one, right?
Yeah.
But the other one that I always think about, and it's a very quick visual, but it's when Goodspeed has fallen to his knees with green flares in his hand,
Mm.
Mhm.
and the jets are coming at, and you just get that shot, and you're just like, that's Michael Bay, baby. That is Michael Bay landing this plane. So yeah, those are two of my I would say those are the two of the top memories that I think of the most.
Mm. I kind
But
of want to like
man,
dive in on some of those.
catch me on a day. Like it could be anything, but I'd say that those are the two.
And the the flare thing for sure. Like it reminded me of the scene from Platoon. You know,
Yes.
it's just, but those jets, like it was. So if we can dive in on that scene a little bit, you mind?
Sure.
So
Sure.
I know it's kind of the end, but like just,
Well,
but specifically like the jets themselves, like that the whole thing leading up to that moment where he's got the flares and the jets take off, like it it took me a second. Like I'm watching it and I'm like, oh shit, the president's gonna make this call. He's gonna make this call, and then like when I realize, I'm like, oh, they're not deploying the countermeasure for these missiles. They're just gonna blow up the island. Like when that moment hit me, I'm like, oh fuck, this is gonna be so bad. Because I had completely forgotten about the flare situation of like, yeah, the green flames, like let it, like
Yeah.
completely forgot about the mission is complete kind of thing. But when he busted out those flares, he makes his way out, and he, like I said, falls to his knees, and he's holding. Like, for who? Praying to God somebody sees him. And then it's that final moment. And what I like most about this is, in almost any other movie, it gets to that last second and every jet's going to peel off, take off, and it's going to be like, oh my God, saved at the last second. No. Guy let one go. And like there's that moment when the pilot is like, it's too late, I was too late, he admits, and he's panicking, and everybody's praying like, oh shit, I hope we didn't hit anything, nobody died, and just you're watching Cage fly. Like that was such an intense moment that was basically let up in such a like a sleeper of a moment, where it's just that prayer of the smoke, and you're seeing everybody. This is where that intensity really comes in, where he's got the smoke, he's praying, he's on his knees, the guy sees him, they make the call, and last second they take off. That is such a big moment. And watching it play out in real time, like for the first time, I'm like, oh shit, that was intense. Loved it. I did. Like you like a memory for you, but like so good on paper and executed to perfection. Love it. I don't know whose hand went up first.
Cheeky.
it was no. Just to add, I mean, I love everything you're saying, but just to even add to some things, like Nick Cage's the way he's acting, that like the way that the sear or the poisonous gas is affecting him is so good, to where he's like, I need to get this atropine in me as fast as I can, and he's like, I don't know how he went into those like almost convulsions, that and how he was doing it, but and yet still moving forward. I'm like, that's incredible. And then when he finally gets it, he still makes it look like he's weak, but strong enough to pop flares, and like I just his the way he acted in that scene was just spot on. I couldn't have asked for anything better. And then the other thing that I love is when you get the jets are like, there, the way that they're I think, if I remember, there's five of them,
It sounds right.
and the way that they peel off is so good. It's like you got one right, one left, one goes straight up, and I'm just like, how did they do that? Like, it happens so fast, it happens so quick, and the aerial shot of Alcatraz blowing up is such a good shot because that's when he actually dropped the bomb and then it blows up on the island and Michael Bay is like, we're not going to show you from the ground. We're showing you Alcatraz from above, and I'm like, that's just it was beautiful. It's such a good scene.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
I do have a question, and it might be stupid, but if they wouldn't, by like blowing up Alcatraz, if they did, wouldn't that release the gas?
Yes, if the explosion happened where they were, like where the actual gas was, which is not the case. I think they even say it wasn't near the hostages and it wasn't near.
No, I'm saying if they were to go with their plan of blowing up the entire thing,
Oh,
not release all of those gases, or does fire?
ew.
Will fire take over and it diminishes the gas? I don't know. I was like, wait, don't blow up the place. There's toxins.
So the plan with the rockets is to have them release in the atmosphere so that it basically molds with the water molecules, right, expanding in that sense. So these would not be up in the atmosphere to spread that way. And I believe the whole reason that they chose Alcatraz as the base and went to attack San Francisco is because it's far enough away from the mainland that it wouldn't be affected by those gases. So my assumption is by blowing up Alcatraz and yes, essentially releasing those poisons and gases, it's maintained on the island. It wouldn't make it to the mainland or anything like that.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yep, that makes sense. I didn't even think of that. Okay.
Yeah.
So they would go, the gas would come out, but it would be safe.
Because that's even something that I was questioning. If a missile actually did hit its target, when a missile hits a target, it blows up.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm like, is this poisonous gas fireproof? Like,
yeah,
I think that it would the gas would be incinerated with the blow up, but I guess not.
Well, and that may be the case too, or like with it being bombed, like it would essentially neutralize the vapors, I guess, like because it'd be overwhelmed by the fire. But
yeah,
the point still being all of those civilians would be killed in the process.
Or you have to think maybe there's the missile has a mechanism where, because obviously it can calculate exactly where it needs to hit, to the freaking bullseye, like whatever dimension you're looking for. And so maybe it's like, all right, when it's 5 feet away from its destination, it's going to release the toxin gas before it detonates.
Mm-hmm.
You get it? Like, I don't know, like a drop mechanism. I'm not really sure.
I feel like, is this something I can Google without?
I wouldn't recommend that.
Yeah.
No.
you don't want to. Someone in Nick Cage's department will be showing up at your house and like, so why are you so interested in chemical warfare, huh?
Yeah.
But
I just try to make sense of the movie.
Yeah. Check YouTube Live, I promise. Also, like and subscribe.
Tell your friends. We do the research that's needed.
Oh man.
We make no assumptions.
Matt, we haven't heard any memories from you.
I wrote down a few things, but I'm like, I want to give like an actual memory, but because I really just want to talk about all the scenes, I'm going to leave that alone. I'll talk about moments. So one of the memories that I have, and again, these are not the things that I think of immediately when I think of this movie, but they are memories. But it's I called it Spider-Man Tactics. It's when Nick Cage he's working on one of the missiles to, I think he gets the chip out of the I'm blanking on what it's actually called, the thing, the chip, the guidance chip That's what it is, the guidance thing. He gets that out, and you were given like the one shot of the two guys that are coming down, and they're like straight up Spider-Man mode where like it's head first, feet above, and just drop down. And the guy drops one of the funniest lines to like set it off. Hi, sweetie. Like they're so casual about it, and it's a really fun way to like kick off the action in this. But to me, the nitpick of it being, it's like you literally have the drop on this guy. He's dismantling your missiles, and you're playing with them. You're toying with them, and it's like this is a problem. This is why you guys are losing. You could have just killed him. You could have just killed him and gotten your chip, and it would have been fine. But no, you have to Spider-Man down and drop that funny ass line. But I love it because I loved watching it.
The general gave him orders, do not kill him.
Yeah, the general said,
that's fair.
I want him alive.
Yeah.
That's fair. And
otherwise, I'd take pleasure in gutting you, boy.
Oh, that's right. He says that. God. Okay, that was fun. That was fun in the cell, but he's just like quoting and mocking. Yeah. That was a fun moment. But yeah, I enjoyed that moment. It was really fun because you've got the intensity of him messing with this thing, and every time they go to pull out that chain of poisonous balls, what did you guys call it? The poison chandelier? Yeah. Every time he goes to mess with that thing, it's just like, oh my god.
I think in the movie they call it like the pearl formation.
Yes. Which I even appreciate that he says, while it's elegant and beautiful, it's structurally weak or it's unstable. Yeah, like he admits it's like this thing is made to go off. It's meant to be broken. Like that's freaking terrifying. And he had the benefit the first the first however many missiles that they went through. He has the benefit of Connery, Mason being there, and he's like, all right, you hold this. I'm going to do all of my stuff. And then they're down to the 3, and he's got to do it all himself. Like, oh, dear God. Like, how stressful must all of that be, knowing that one wrong move kills you?
Yeah.
Like, oh, dear God. Yeah. So that was one memory. So what do you got, Jen?
I do have a nitpick, but I don't think we're there yet. So
Is it about that scene or something else?
Regarding the little green balls being so fragile.
We can talk about that.
Fire away.
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
So when it's towards the end and Nick with Goodspeed has to hold it in his hand, and then he puts it in his little pocket, and you see the two men like rolling on the ground fighting, and I was like, that thing would have crushed in an instant.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't like that. I don't like that. It's like, it's supposed to be so fragile. Yeah, he's holding it, running, getting shot at, shooting back, puts it in his pocket, rolls around. I was like, you're telling me that fragile thing still rock solid?
Yeah. I have no defense for it. I completely.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But I will say, I love his idea of putting the rest of them in that like little grate. Yeah, I don't know what it's called, like the gutter thing.
Yeah.
Oh, the storm drain.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody drinks the water.
Well,
but very smart.
Well, it's a safe spot, and he knows they're not going to look there. So while on that, like part of my nitpick, like you brought up too, was like, why carry this thing? Why keep it on you? I mean, he could have left it there with all of the others, right? He had plenty of time, but at the same time, like he's jumping, he's running around with things. Like, what's going through his head to think, hold on to this? For me, like it, and maybe this is just a terrible, like an unfair assumption of where he's at in comparison to the water. I would have chucked that thing into the ocean. Like that would have been my first thought, was like, if I got any chance, like I caught this thing, throw that thing, get it as far away from me as possible.
But you have to throw it at least 100 feet.
And that's what I'm saying, is like my assumption of how close he was to the actual water may be an unfair assumption. So But to carry that thing, like, oh my God, that would have been horrifying. And then to put it in your pocket, I'm like, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that you can do some running and tossing about while keeping it in your hand and not crushing it. But the second you put it in your pocket, I'm like, and I'm out.
Yeah, it's like, no.
Especially for him to just like it didn't even like it rolled out of his pocket or something, and like he got it very easily. I don't remember him actually reaching into his pocket to get it before he shoves it in the dude's face.
I think he did. I think he did.
Oh no, he reached into it.
Did he? I don't remember him reaching in.
No, he for sure did.
But go ahead, Brian.
I was gonna ask what you guys thought since we're talking about this little solo escapee. If he had he knew that crazy psycho dude, Captain Fry? No.
Yeah.
Was it Captain Fry?
Yeah.
I
Okay,
think so.
Crazy Eyes. We'll call him Crazy Eyes.
Dude, that crazy
I
eye.
like how it was crisp and fried. Like, were they
Yeah.
when they made these names?
That's
No
amazing.
way.
I never picked that up. That's amazing.
His name
Crispy
was
fries.
not.
So he knew that he was chasing after him, but he was trapped at the locked door, right?
Mm.
What if you just take your little poisonous ball and just drop it right at that door? I feel that you yourself are far enough away to not get hit by the blast, and homeboy is gone in seconds.
I don't know. I think that's it's not any more gutsier than putting it in your pocket. So
Well, I would say like he had plenty of opportunity. Like even when guy gets into the building and he starts working his way up to him, there's spots for him to drop it down. And even further, he jumps off the thing and he's up there. Like hell, at that point, I would Hail Mary it and literally toss it like a grenade.
Yeah.
Like all you need, it's just like a grenade. You don't need to hit him with it. You just need it to be close enough. The second it shatters, it's now in the air. You're far enough away from it. You can keep getting far enough away from it, but he's getting hit and he's done. He's done in seconds.
Man, I like your idea better. Wait for him to get inside and then just drop it.
There's opportunity.
Big time. And a lot less riskier than putting it in your right pocket.
Yeah.
At your chest.
hey, it worked
did.
out.
It did work out.
Because my God, would that suck? Like, oh my gosh, what a horrible death for that guy.
Oh my God, to swallow it? Could you imagine? Ugh.
I titled that scene "What a Mouthful."
Love that.
What was the line again? Eat this,
eat
motherfucker,
this, you
or
fuck.
something? Eat this, you fuck. Yeah.
Yeah. He puts it in his mouth and punches, and
Yeah.
oh my God, the spit, like the spewing of it. Oh,
I gotta say
that death looks so painful. It's not even funny.
Horrible.
I'm glad they didn't show it to like all the way through.
Right.
Oh. Oh God, that would have been gruesome.
It's quite the image, man. It is quite the image.
Yeah.
And like I said, the way Cage goes into his, okay, this, his direction is like, okay, this gas is supposed to be really affecting me right now. I don't know how he did it. No idea. It looks so real. I was like, wow, that's really poisonous gas.
Hey, I mean, the 90s you said were wild. They threw someone off the building. Maybe you got the anecdote.
They're like, Nick, what are you allergic to? We're just going to shoot you with it for a little
Nah, that's just Nick crushing it as an actor.
100%, man.
But I've got a medical-ish question that hopefully you can answer. The syringe that he's got to send into his heart.
Atropine.
What is that?
So atropine is an actual medication, and it is used for two things. Number one, it's used for bradycardia. So our normal heart rate's 60 to 100, right? if if I get a patient that is under, maybe like 30, 40 and not looking good, I can either do two things. I can give them atropine to increase their heart rate, or I can take pads on them and basically pace them and take over. I'm now having a machine take over their beating of the heart.
Okay.
Ideally, it's better to give
Is it
the medicine.
is it like adrenaline?
What do you mean?
Like the atropine, is it like a shot of adrenaline?
No,
Oh, okay.
no, it's medicine that is strictly meant to target the heart and the cardiac system,
Oh,
where like adrenaline, such as epinephrine, is more of a sorry, I've got wrestling going on in the back here. Is more of like a vasoconstrictor and a bronchodilator, so it's supposed to open up your bronchioles, it constricts your vessels, and it really helps with like blood pressure and whatnot. So kind of two different things.
okay.
The other thing atropine is for is if you have um, organic or no, what is it? Phos, organ phosphate or organic phosphate poisoning. You can use that as a counterintuitive to the symptoms of the organophosphates that are happening. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
We were trying to give you guys the best description. I've got a lot of distraction going on in the back. And I don't remember. I think organophosphates are more of like like you've ingested um gardening stuff. Like
Mm.
I'm guessing like weed be gone or something like that.
Like
So hmm?
like a Clorox.
Maybe yeah, but because you have to go through an acronym called sludgem is how we remember, and it's do they have like salivation, lacrimation, or no, lactation, um, urination, GI issues, emesis, and things like that. So you're like kind of looking at it and you're like, oh, okay, you've got all these. There's a chance that we might be dealing with a poisonous ingestion. And if that's the case, then we can break out atropine to help out with that. So two different things.
Okay.
Wow.
So, and from the sounds of it, too, that medication would have been effective for all things that were happening with this poison because it was.
I would definitely agree. Yes.
Well, he had mentioned
That
something
seemed-
too about like the heart rate.
What?
He had mentioned something too about how it affects the heart rate. Like
Atropine increases our heart rate.
well,
Yes.
no, the poison itself. Like while it's like whatever chemical poisoning it is that you were saying, so it the medication would help with that aspect as well. The poison itself was also like slowing the heart rate and essentially like killing you that way by like shutting down the organs. So it would also affect that.
I think if I remember, Goodspeed like breaks down the poison.
Yeah.
And I mean, he basically says eventually it like targets your central nervous system, which tells you to, stop breathing and just, shut you down entirely. But that should happen so fast. Like you see the effects of how fast that poisonous gas works.
So what my next question about it is they've said it multiple times about having to inject it directly into the heart. Is that just
I wondered it myself.
Is it dialogue bullshit? Because even when
I think that's
when I'm no scientist, but I'm pretty sure where he stabs himself is not really the heart. I mean, it's
not at all.
It's more central, which is not necessarily inaccurate, right? I mean, like the heart's a little off to the side, right? But it was so low, like that was like.
Oh, he was like in his diaphragm.
Yeah, he was so low. I'm like, there's no way. Like I'm supposed to believe he stabbed himself in the heart. Because
no, I got. So this is one example that I got where I'm like, oh, hi, Quentin. Because if you remember
Pulp Fiction,
exactly, we're just gonna jab epinephrine or adrenaline into our stomach or into our hearts, and I don't know what it was about the 90s about things just need to be shoved into the hearts because that's exactly what this was. But I don't know. I'll tell you one thing. In my field, I am never shoving any needle or anything into someone's heart. Either I'm starting an IV and it's going into your vein, or I'm starting an IO and it's going through your bones, or I'm going to put it into your a muscle, such as your deltoids or something like around this area. No problem at all. I'm never taking a needle and just being like, "Take your medicine," and it just goes right into the heart. It's not a thing. There is one thing that we do is called needle decompression, and this is if you have a collapsed lung. But again, I'm not going into the heart. I'm going in between your what do you call these? Oh my god.
Sternum?
Clavicular. No, your
Clavicle.
it's like clavicular. Basically your ribs.
Hmm.
And I'm finding a certain rib, whether it's like two or three or four, whatever it is that I'm doing, and then I poke you right in between that, and then that's going to essentially let air out and help to relieve the pressure from the collapsed lung. That's
Oh
the
my God.
closest that I'm doing anything in terms of poking you. That's not, poking a needle inside you. That is not medicine or anything. But I guarantee you, it's never straight to the heart.
Nah. That's
That's Hollywood.
that seems like
It's
such a
just dramatic,
dangerous.
that's all.
Yeah, but it seems like such a
Especially
dangerous
when you see
concept.
the needle. You want me to? Well, we haven't even got to that scene yet, but
Well, on that note, that is another memory of mine, and I realize it's also the next.
great transition.
Yeah, I realize it's also the next scene from intro and everything too. But I do want to talk about this scene. I think ultimately it is a great intro to Nick Cage. It's
titled it.
We'll get into that. But the memory specifically is it's the baby doll. It's because that guy's like I called him the new guy or something. What did I call him? The trainee. He's a trainee, and he's fucking around. And I'm like, especially after all that stuff went down, I was like, trainee needs to find a new job.
Yeah.
That dude is in the wrong profession.
The first thing you do is start playing around with it.
I think they probably thought it was just another training.
What were you thinking, man?
See, okay. No, it was a terrible, terrible choice. It's new guy fucking around. And but what I thought was interesting about it was like the way everything was playing out. Like I was prepared because they bring this up as the trainee and he's the one that's like freaking out over everything. I'm like, is this like some weird hazing that they're sending this guy through? Because you've got I was ready for it to be just like this huge like and we got him kind of thing. Like I'm glad that it wasn't ultimately, to be perfectly honest, but the way the whole scene is breaking down where dude starts panicking and he's just like, let me out of here. You want me to stab? Like, and I'm like, the fact that he's bitching and not willing to stab himself in the heart, I'm like, well, he's dead. So whatever. But Nick Cage is in the background, just cool as a cucumber, just doing what needs to be done. He's got his eyes on the prize and he's telling the guys what he needs. Like, I mean, he just straight up professional. And that's what I loved about how this scene really played out as an intro to Nick Cage, because he's our chemical guy. He's never been in the field. He does all of this stuff in a lab that gets like they intercept and he determines, yep, it's a weapon. I deactivated the weapon. Like he's just so casual about all of it, and it's impressive as to what level that he's performing and doing these things. Super impressed with him, and his acting again is top notch. Go ahead, Jed.
Sorry.
I'm sorry
I did
I'm
have a
boring you.
question. No, just past my bedtime. I did have a question about that. So the I guess gas or whatever that was leaked out in was that the same toxic thing? Oh, it was just another
No.
really crappy toxic situation.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Chemicals are fun, aren't they? What I did find interesting though was trainee. He must have because it seems like Nick Cage was in a like I should use his real Goodspeed was in a position where he didn't get hit by the gas, which is surprising because it was pointed directly at him. Because either his gloves weren't corroding or he was perfectly fine or just working through it. But that guy seemed to get hit real hard because it was his gloves, his whole suit and everything was corroding and he was panicking. So that was something I felt a little strange about. That whatever that chemical was, it really hit the trainee the worst.
Yeah.
But pretty brilliant. Okay.
It's shocking to see how long it took him to get the freaking water. I mean, come on, guys.
Okay, what was that about?
It sucks.
Were they refusing to send the water? What was going on? They couldn't get it?
It was just malfunctioning.
Got it. Okay.
But that should be something that should be tested on a daily. Like, you should know if your water's not working in a thing that you're going to trap poisonous gas in.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Well, and it's
my title was Cabbage Patch Death.
Okay.
It wasn't a Cabbage Patch doll. I'm well aware of it, but just go with it.
I just called it Bad Baby Doll.
That's a good one too.
I like the Cabbage Patch one better. But I
was trying to do something like Goo Goo, and I couldn't get there.
The guy got no. No, I got nothing.
Goo Goo Gas.
Not bad.
That could have been it.
Not bad. But this is probably like the twisted thing to say, but like as a terrorist plot, this was pretty brilliant. Like to have the baby doll that releases this gas that essentially is meant to negate whoever it is that could possibly prevent the bomb from going off. Like that's measure one. It kills anybody in whatever vicinity close to the bomb. Nobody can defuse it, and then the bomb goes off and destroys whatever building or wherever it was being sent. Like, again, as a terrorist threat, is kind of brilliant. Although it's not necessarily wise that it relied on the trigger of somebody playing with the baby doll, you know? Yeah. Unless it was like a time thing, but it wasn't. So it's like...
And also, like, why did it come with a gas mask?
Yeah.
You know?
Weird.
And porn magazines.
The porn was just the distraction.
Okay.
But I have to think that if whatever the plot was, because the baby doll had to be triggered, the gas mask was probably for whatever terrorist it was that was going to activate it. Because the bomb wasn't activated yet until I think the baby doll went off.
Yeah, and then
So like that was the trigger. So I would imagine what would have happened is terrorists would have gotten in, put the gas mask on, triggered the baby doll to gas whoever was around them, assuming they get to survive, and then run.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. It all that all checks out.
Yeah. It's still so strange. Like, great line from Nick to be like, gas mask. Well, that's not a good sign. Like, yeah, you're right.
And we're off.
Yeah, not a good thing to see. Anything else to add to the scenes or anything, or jump around?
Yeah, we got scenes, all right.
Yeah. I'm saying we jump around.
Let's start with, and I'll ask for comments first before I say anything. Let's start with showered with bullets.
Before we do, can we just talk about one little, like, it'll go kind of in order from, like, the movie. Is that okay?
I don't think I understood a word you just said.
Never mind. It's fine. Showered with bullets.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, can we talk before we get inside of Alcatraz? Can we talk about like when they're entering Alcatraz?
Okay, got it. So you want to do more chronological?
Yeah.
All right. Well, sure. Do you have something in mind, or?
Yeah. I just liked how so we're starting to see the plan of this total annihilation, basically, of San Francisco. But I loved that they kept Hummel like true to his character, and like you can see that he but it's also a little confusing too, because he's about to set up shop to take out half of San Francisco, and yet he tells the little girls, like, you tell your school teacher this isn't happening, and you go back. It's like, wait, what? Are they going to be safer? I mean, honestly, the hostages were in the safest position. Fact that he was like, okay, go ahead and go, go back to Death Island over there. Like, I don't get it. So, so that part didn't make sense. But then it's like you could see, like, he's not a bad guy at the end of the day. Like, he has a good heart. He's just he's taking on the hurt of his squad's family members, basically. It's all on his shoulders. And I can imagine what type of, like, conversations he's had to have with these family members. And it's like, oh yeah, I can't give you anything because the government says so. And then just hearing the anger come from them, I mean, I can understand why he did what he did, like how he ended up in that. But at the end of the day, he's still he's a soldier, like an honorable soldier. Like when they were reading off his list of rewards and all that he's done, it's like that just doesn't add up. It just doesn't add up.
Good, Brian.
So, all right. General Hummel, this is how I've always interpreted The Rock, okay? General Hummel does not want any of these rockets to be launched. He does not want to take anyone's life whatsoever. He wants the government to think he's serious enough to launch these poisonous rockets or missiles right into the city of San Francisco and invoke absolute biochemical terror on the city. But all he wants is the government to pay $100 million so he can give his team $1 million each, and he can give the families of I believe it was 83. That's right. 81 hostages, 83 men, which just add another 2 hostages. Make it the same. 1 hostage for every man. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Anyway, sidetracked.
It was the 2 kids he sent home that would have made it 83.
Yeah. He just wants the government to fork up the money that he knows is there. So, and it's not gonna, he knows it's not gonna hurt anything, and he wants the families to get paid. He wants everyone to get paid, and at least get something out of what the hell he's been through fighting for this country. Plain and simple. Which is why he uses tranquilizer darts to get the poisonous gas. It is why he lets the little girls go free, because they don't want to be part of this hostage situation. That's pretty psychologically damaging for the rest of their lives. And it's why he basically does everything he can he tries to stall the launching of a missile as much as he possibly can. He just does not want to do this. He just wants to get paid, and he wants to have, and it's not even about the money at this point. It's strictly about his fallen men and the families that were left behind and basically ignored in the dust.
Yeah, just the justice of it all.
Yeah.
So this is where I have my problem with a lot of, like, the whole plan in general. So I'll get to my theory of what I actually think Hummel's plan was, but my problem is, I agree with you. He does not want to hurt anybody. He doesn't want to kill anybody. That is the plan. The point of what he's doing is to get the government's attention, shed light on what he considers to be injustices, and to make an example. And again, hopefully they learn and grow from this experience of like, look, this is what we can do. Do better to protect the people that protect you.
I mean, he even says we called a bluff.
Yes.
Or we played a bluff.
Yes. And that's my point, is my theory of what Hummel actually expected, because he comes up, he has this whole plan. I don't think he's dumb enough to just think that it's going to work out as he says it will. He gets everybody to work under him because he needs the men with this plan of, we're going to get you're all going to get $1 million. You won't be able to come back to your country, and we're going to get this money to these fallen people. I think he knows, having been in the government, having been in the military as long as he has, knowing the secrets that he has, they're not getting any of that money. This is a suicide mission that he is the only one that's aware of what that actually means. He knows that they're not getting that money, and he's trying not to kill anybody in the process. It's a statement. It's to make the injustice known. Everybody that's working under him is under the impression that they're going to get that $1 million, and they're going to be able to live their lives happy, feeling that they've justified an injustice. The problem being, he takes on 2 newbies. Watch these newbies from the start to the finish. They are the ones that are like, let's do it. Let's kill the people.
Oh, yeah.
To call back to the scene that you wanted to bring up, Brian, who is the first person that we see firing back? Because it is the SEAL who whips around at the noise and fires. They fire back. Who is it that fires first? It's one of the new guys. And they don't stop. You've got Hummel the entire time calling for a ceasefire. He never wanted to hurt them. They're yelling at each other. Drop your weapons. I'm not going to drop my weapons. Drop your weapons. I'm never going to, like, it's just going to be yell. It was inevitable. Somebody was going to fire first. You've got this standoff where nobody wants to shoot at anybody because they're honorable military men.
Mm-hmm.
But who fires back? The new guys. Why would Hummel accept these strange men into his ranks that he doesn't know, that he's never worked with before? It's a huge wrench in his plan, knowing it's a suicide mission to begin with. These guys will be problematic because they've never worked with him before. They don't know who he is, and they don't have the same level of respect. Look at all of Hummel's men as this whole thing is going down. They want to follow Hummel. Even to the end where we have the final shootout, and it's the 2 guys saying, we're relieving you of your duty. We're going to do what you said we were going to do, and we're going to make it happen. We want our money. It's problematic for me. He knew what was going to happen, but he didn't put in enough contingencies or plans or design to prevent these chemical weapons from leaving. Even as they fire the first missile, his bluff, right? He calls it a bluff. You see, he secretively changes its coordinates so that it comes back, it misses its target, and explodes under the ocean, so it's safe. It's a bluff. It's meant to be that scare tactic. Now they're down to, I think at that point, they have 1 missile left that has an active firing thing. It's like they want to fire it. Why give it the coordinates anyway? Why not change the coordinates so that it can't fly, or it flies into the ocean anyway? Like, he did not do enough to guarantee that as few people die as possible. So it's my problem with the plan overall. So it's one of those things where, like, this is where, like, the writing kind of falls for me, where it's like, you go through the process of getting the worst chemical weapon possible, 15 of the worst chemical weapon possible, to be as big of a threat as you possibly can. That's problematic, 1. You've already set yourself up to where you're going to have casualties because how inevitably dangerous this weapon is. Now you've gone to Alcatraz. You're setting off the plan. You're putting it into motion, and you have all of these weapons. You're lucky that this dude broke in and deactivated so many of them. He made your life easier by taking away those weapons. But now you've got these trigger happy guys and 1 missile left. They shouldn't have even had that opportunity. Like, you are in command. You need to make sure that you are going to execute this the way that you need it to. If you don't want to blow up San Francisco and cause the death of thousands of innocent civilians, you make that happen. But he allowed it to be a possibility. You
I get what you're saying.
But I mean, like, if my thing is like that's why I say, like, I want to assume, because he's not an idiot. But if you're going to you're going to load a weapon, you're going to cock it, take the safety off, and point it at somebody's head with your hand on the trigger, you kind of got to be prepared for that bullet to go into somebody's head. You've set everything in motion. The only thing that's stopping it is the literal pulling of that trigger, but you're begging for it to happen. You're not doing enough to prevent that bad thing from happening. Sorry, I said a lot. Go ahead, Jen.
Maybe, I mean, we don't know, but maybe, like, he, during the process and with going through the motions, like, stealing the weapons, like, maybe he has, like, tunnel vision at that point, like, I don't care what it takes. Like, it's like, he did have every intent of, bombing San Francisco. But then when he's actually doing the action, he's able to be like, no, this is kind of crazy. Why would I do this? And maybe have like a come to Jesus moment in a way. Like, this isn't good. And so when that rocket went off, like this is it. Like, it's game time now. Like, what are you gonna do? And I think he did have that intention of like, okay, they didn't provide, so this is what's gonna happen. Because it's not until like towards like that last second he's like, let's go that way.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he ever, it's hard to say, but that's why Ed Harris is so great at acting.
Yeah.
He wasn't acting.
Yeah.
Well, Matt, what were your thoughts when the missile went off and it was going right to to Candlestick?
I'll be honest, I had no clue what was about to happen. Like, it was one of those moments where I'm like, okay, the second that thing took off, I was like, oh fuck. Because I was
trying to think back how I felt when I first saw it. I was like, they're actually going to let one of these off?
When the missile left, I did like this because this is something that Bay did really well in. This was like that throwing off expectations. That missile left. We know for a fact they have no countermeasure that is able to do anything in that moment. And all I could think as that thing is flying through San Francisco is it Candlestick, you said?
Yeah.
It's flying over Candlestick, and I'm like, oh shit. Like, I have no clue. I have no clue how they're going to stop this thing from blowing up over San Francisco, and was not expecting to see Ed Harris's character go boop, 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 change direction. I'm like, oh shit. Like, the
fact that you weren't expecting it,
yeah,
makes maybe my theory make a little sense.
Yeah.
It's like he had every intent of like, this is it. I'm so mad. I get justice for my fallen boys. We're gonna get money, and they're gonna get taken care of and finally get that honor that they deserve. But then when you're in it, it's like, oh, maybe not. Maybe it's a bad idea. Abort.
And I do agree that like it's fully possible, and that's why like his motives and the choices that he makes throughout start to finish are problematic for me. Just because they don't line up and they don't necessarily make sense with him as a character, with his experience, like what he's gone through, what he knows. And like, it's like, better, dude. You've been in this government long enough. You've been in this game long enough to know how this ends for you. Go ahead, Brian.
The scene we were just talking about, I gave it a title, "A Missile Flew Over the Candlestick."
Okay.
I wrote it down because of a couple things. First, I just wanted to see what your reaction was going to be when it first went off, because I was trying to picture or trying to remember what I first thought on my first watch. But what Michael Bay did prior to the missile launch is it was almost poetic, where he's showing different parts of San Francisco, and it's so calm and sunny, which is
When?
20 out of 365. Anyway, yeah, so it's sunny and it's just so peaceful. You've got the cable car going up the hill, the shot of the Golden Gate Bridge, everything, and then all of a sudden it's like, and we're launching the poisonous missile. Okay. Like, good feeling gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I've got to say, well, there were moments within this movie that were, I would say, very predictable. It
Mhm.
kept me on my toes a lot, where I'm like, I don't know what's going to happen next. Like, as a movie watcher, I'm like, I know that they're going to survive this somehow. I
Yeah.
just don't know how.
Yeah.
And that's where I really do enjoy this movie. It's I'm like,
You
I don't
have
know,
me
I don't know
thinking,
I don't know
though,
what's going to happen there.
you have me thinking about, Hummel's, because obviously he's with the way they painted the picture, they painted him as America's greatest general that
Mhm.
has ever crossed the battlefield, right? Which tells me he is, when it comes to intelligence, there's no one better than him when it comes to militant, tactical, all that stuff. He's going to think of every single outcome. He's going to think of, okay, what what the US government's going to do to retaliate my action. He has no fear in telling him who he is. No voiceovers, no anything. He's literally showing him face to face.
Yeah.
This is who I am. This is who you're dealing with. And so I do think that maybe there's part of him that thought we might get paid for this or we may not get paid. I don't know, because really what is he doing? He's forcing them to make a decision. Either you go with us and these 81 hostages and the entire city of San Francisco will be untouched, or you go against us and we will definitely destroy the San Francisco, and then you can do whatever you want to this island, because no matter what, that's going to happen. But and I really think that that's what he's trying to do, is he's trying to make the U.S. government think that he's got all these missiles pointed right to the city of SF and he's not afraid to use them. And who knows, maybe it's even more than SF. I mean, they've got freaking guidance chips. You can launch that thing across America. I don't know how long it takes a missile to get to New York, but
Yeah.
I'm not savvy on that one, but it could have been a possibility, right?
Yeah, that
Where
will travel that far. That's freaking scary to think of if you can.
yeah, missiles are nuts.
Oh my gosh.
I would hope that at that point they you can get um uh the Air Force in the air and track down the missile and blow it up.
I mean, how do you chase a missile?
Well, again,
Anyway.
then that's the problem with the countermeasures, right? It was like they said, like the only thing that can actually neutralize this weapon, if they were to take out this missile, it wouldn't stop the chemicals. They had whatever countermeasure was still theoretical. It was still in testing,
Yeah.
or like it's not confirmed that it would actually work.
Yeah.
And like, okay, we'll call that
But-
Plan B.
But anyway, so like I think obviously he wants them to think that he's dead serious about taking missiles and putting them into San Francisco. He doesn't want that though, but he wants the government to think that he does. With that, I think he also is probably smart enough to know that they may decide to take actions into their own hands and get rid of us plus the 81 hostages that we have on this island and Alcatraz as a whole. And I think he willingly accepted that. But at that point, he's probably thinking my message is probably very clear as to what's happening to the men in military and how much disrespect they're receiving.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, this is why I think that line at the very beginning is very interesting for him to have said, because it can be interpreted in many ways, but it's the let's hope this elevates their thinking.
Yes.
Like, at no point does he make any kind of indication with those sorts of lines. I'm like, this is going to be our salvation. This is going to be our way out. This is going to be what solves it. It's like, no, let's hope this elevates their thinking really implies that like he's just trying to send a message.
Yeah.
To me, I read that as like he knows this is a no way out situation. The point is to make this message clear, to make it loud enough that people hear it outside of the government that's going to keep it hush hush so that it can't be kept quiet. It can't be swept under the rug, and they have to do something about it. They have to think about these situations differently, knowing that it's it's interesting to really dive into his motivations and what his expectations are, because you can absolutely see this as like, yes, he goes into this 100% ready and willing to send off this missile if it gets put to that point. And it's not until the moment that it's off, it's about to go, that he's like, nope, changes his mind. And that's the moment that he's like, no, I can't do this. It could be that way. Like,
and then even in his dying words.
What have I done?
Well, I guess not his dying words, but yeah. In the moment of him dying, he's questioning the entire thing. Like, what have I done?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that the one conclusion we can definitely come to is he wanted a message sent to the U.S. government, and that message was clearly sent.
Yes.
So if there's any part of his mission that was complete, I could definitely say that mission was complete.
Yeah. Yeah. And and it's great. Like, so you brought this up, and it was one of those things where it was like, I was a bit confused by it when he calls, I think it's the White House, but he's got the whole room of all of the governments together, and he's on the phone, he's talking to them, he's listing his demands, but he's also sending himself on video.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it's unnecessary. Like, it's a strange call, because it's not like he gets to see them back. He's sending video and he's sending voice, so it's like, you know who I am, I'm talking to you, but I want you to see the face that's doing it. Like, it's unnecessary is all I'm saying. You can be interpreted like, yes, he really wants to make it clear, this is who's talking, you know who I am, you know what I'm capable of, don't fuck with me. But every time somebody starts talking, is like, who is that? Like, he has to ask, who is that? I can't see you guys. What's your rank? What's your position? It's like, okay, well, you're
Identify
a dumbass.
yourself.
Yeah, well, you're a dumbass. Like,
oh my God. The way he handled the
33-year-old kid
staff is so funny.
I am 33
like,
years old
at the
currently.
Table, the grown-ups are talking.
Yes. I am 33 years old currently, and to imagine being in the position that I'm in that room having those conversations, like, I don't know what the fuck that guy did, but I do not want to be there.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
When you were 9, I was like, holy
yeah. Shit. Well, okay, so just to continue on Hummel's like accolades and everything, like, he brings up his multiple tours in Vietnam, and I think we know from movies and history that Vietnam was not a pleasant war.
No.
That's one of those reasons too, where I'm thinking like, he knows what the government is capable and what choices they'll make. And at one point, I think somebody calls him about his demands and stuff, and he's like, well, you know, the president's stance on terrorism. Like, they don't do the whole classic, like, we do not negotiate with terrorists, because it's like, you know, we don't negotiate with terrorists. So it's like, he knows what the answer is going to be. He knows what the response is going to be. And it's like, you're asking for money? Great. We're not going to give it to you. We don't negotiate. We kill you.
He was asking for money from like the hidden account that
True. Yeah.
True.
I'm not taking money from, the things that people know about. This is that secret money that you've been locking away in the piggy bank that you can afford to lose because nobody knows it exists.
Exactly.
For times like this.
Yeah, this is going to mess up America's taxes.
Yeah. We can't afford the inflation.
This is gonna mess up your deep pockets that you guys got over there.
You hear that, Womack?
Well, I don't know. When you went on your little rant, you went through a lot of the scenes already. So
I know I said a lot.
okay, we haven't talked about this one, and it's a very. This is a. I did not get super creative with the title. But it's Welcome to the Rock.
Yeah, that's cool.
This scene is awesome. This scene is so good. Just everything that's going on. You can even chalk this up to when they first get in the water, and you know they're going under, and then they come in and they've got Mason, and he's like, okay, we need to go, 57 paces, and then he goes 97 paces to the shower, and I was like, God, your memory, like, how do you remember all this? And then what is it when you swear you hear something? And in your memory, you hear it, but then you find out it's a different. What's that called again?
I have no clue.
Or it's like mandolin. What is it?
Oh, the Mandela?
Is Mandela effect?
Mandela effect or whatever it is?
Is that it? Okay.
Mandela effect? What is that? Yeah.
I guess I don't know what it. I maybe Mandela affected myself, but I always thought he said no, that's the sewer. It's not the sewer that he says. He ends up saying it's the subway. And for some reason, I never remembered him saying it was the subway. I always thought he said it was that's the sewer. I don't know.
The subway? There's no subway in Alcatraz, is there?
It's when he was like, someone said, "Hey Mason," and he's like, "That's a no. That goes to the subway." And I was like, "The subway? Wait, you don't say the subway." Started getting an argument with myself.
Yeah. I don't remember that.
Yeah, but so. Oh wait, actually, what am I trying to go? Oh yeah, we're doing the Welcome to the Rock. That's right. So then, I guess this is prior to the shower. Let's go before the shower part. They climb out, and that's when they're like, "Congratulations, Mason! You brought us to the only place without a fucking exit."
Without a door.
Yeah, or without a door. Is that it? Yeah. And so that's when you get to see him do the whole fire Tomb Raider.
It's so funny because the guy was like, I know I'm supposed to stand by him, but
yeah, but
like,
no, let him do his thing. And then he opens up when he opens up the door and welcome to the Rock. That is such a cool shot. The only thing that I do want to bring up about this scene that I question, the Rock is supposed to be uninhabited. It basically has tourists going on and tours going on, and that's it. So what the hell are the boilers or whatever you want to call that? Why are they fired up?
I don't even know what that's used for.
Exactly. It's Michael Bay saying this looks fun and this looks cool. I know it is. I know it is because there's no logical reason for it to be fired up. Like what is it doing is the question. So that's one of my nitpicks, but I happily accept this nitpick because he's right. It is fun and I enjoy it.
Can I take that one step further?
Yeah.
So the implication is when Mason breaks out of Alcatraz, he goes down through all of the pipe systems, whatever. He finds himself in that area. And right. The implication is that he memorizes the fire blast and he rolls through them to get to the pipe down and out the water.
Yeah, he's got the timing down.
Yes. Now, here's my nitpick to complain against that. He opens the door. Why does he need to roll through the fire if he could just open the door and go down into the water? There's no need for him to roll through the fire.
Oh my God, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah. So while it's fun to break in rolling through the fire and it makes perfect sense, there's no need for him to do it to break out.
That's a really good that is a phenomenal point.
Unless he was going back and forth, because that's a lot to remember. I doubt that he was just a one trip and done.
But if you're going out the door, wouldn't you just leave the door open?
Well, I don't know.
I'm just saying, there's a door. It is a great moment and fantastic for breaking into Alcatraz. It's really cool. It's fun. He has to memorize the fire. Like, it's fun. But the idea that he had to learn this to break out
of it
makes no sense.
He's like, oh, so I opened up the door, and then I was like, I should probably memorize this timing, and then I'm gonna hop in the water.
Yeah, like I spent a couple of hours counting the flames to make sure I got it down, because just in case I ever needed to come back.
You'd be amazing how bored it is in those cells. I never thought of that. That is such a good point. You're right. Why would he need to memorize the timing if he could just open the door and then hop in the water and he's gone? Unless the only possible thing I can think of is you needed to keep the door closed. And he did mention about having to wait for a certain tide level.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he had to go through the door. Oh man, the tide's wrong. Okay, now I got to go back through the fire thing.
And then at that time too, it was like an active working prison, so he had to probably watch all angles. I'm sure there was a broiler keeper.
But that is a hell of a point that I've never thought of.
I agree with you, Jen. That like I would assume there'd be somebody down there working or a guard of some sort. But this is also
Titanic.
Yeah, but this is also like the top tier assassin man of the British military, so I don't think he'd have much problem taking these guys out. I mean, look what he's doing to these young strapping Marines at the age of 75 or whatever he is. Like,
right.
I think in his youth he probably wouldn't have had so much trouble taking somebody out that's guarding a door. So yeah,
things you think of now.
I do love the line though, like it's a fun moment, him rolling through the fire and the disappear, and I agree. I like the guy who's like, I know I'm supposed to be tailing him, but like I'm not doing that. But that great moment where they're like, great, he fucked us, he left, and it's like, why would he break into Alcatraz and then leave you there?
Yeah.
Like you just came in the one exit that he has. Where is he gonna go? But then welcome to the Rock. Like that is a great moment. Like if anything,
and the score is really good in this one too. It's such a Michael Bay score.
Oh, it'd be great. I would love to see a trailer where it's like it's just action sequences of the Rock, and it ends with that moment where it's Connery just opening the door and just saying the line, "Welcome to the Rock," and then dropping this summer. Like just that's it.
No, it's that and you know me in title drops.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so perfect.
That's probably the best
Such
one.
Such a great
too.
way to drop the title of the movie.
Well, and I think that
Connery's accent and how he does it, I'm like, oh my God, that's too good.
Yeah, they call it The Rock, I think, before that, but like that is the moment where it's like The Rock. He says it. That's the title drop. That's the title
Confirmed.
drop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jed.
How are we on time?
I mean, I would say we're definitely due for a break, but if we want to just push for another 20 minutes or so, like we could round this out.
Okay.
It's up to you guys. I don't know how much more you guys want to talk about. We've hit a lot of scenes and stuff, and I don't have a lot of notes, but Jen, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one more thing to this one. So when they're all complaining, like, oh, he left us and everything, in my mind, I was like, can you just give the man a break? He just rolled through fire, like time fires. Like he's probably like, oh, all right, we got like, give him a second to breathe and then get to the door. It's like it's been like they make it seem like they were there for hours. You know, like that took seconds, guys. Calm down.
Well, and it's something too about Connery's character. I mean, everybody is under the impression, because Womack has made it out to be this way, that Mason is some terrible man. But as it's made very clear by the end, it's like, yes, this is a guy with extreme skill and he's got knowledge and he can definitely hold the country hostage, but he's also a man of honor, right? Like he is an honorable man, and all he really wanted to do was see his daughter. I mean, like he's not a bad guy. He's been painted out to be a bad guy, and I think it's why at the very end, when things are said and revealed, which we'll get to when we actually talk about the end, it's like there's a reason guy is like wink. Like they know that Mason is not as bad a guy as the government has painted him out to be. And that's a great example of how he's just kind of being seen in this light of this as this evil man. Like, yeah, he's an escape artist, but he's not a bad guy. Just because he's a bad guy does not mean he's a bad guy.
Okay.
You got to bring up Wreck-It Ralph.
All right. Let's talk handy rope.
Handy Road.
Rope.
Oh.
Is that when they're in their little mine cart?
No.
Oh.
Guys, it's so simple. Handy rope.
All I'm thinking of is him breaking out of jail. Oh, hanging from the hotel, yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Hanging from the hotel.
The rope is on his hand.
Yeah. You went too literal with it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't thinking that.
I mean, whoa.
Yeah.
He's just getting a haircut. Only Michael Bay can figure out a way to turn a haircut into a high tense action scene. It's crazy. It's so fast. He's just like whoop, throws and he's off the balcony. I'm like, so that happened. This is a person you don't mess with. Yeah. Bottom line, this guy knows. He took a quarter and he smashed glass with it. He's now taken a rope and he's got someone dangling 300 feet above ground.
And he took the rope when he was showering.
Exactly.
I did love that. Him singing in the shower and he's just like casually doing stuff. Like, have you guys seen Bulletproof? I know I've brought this up before. I just can't remember if anybody else has seen it.
Wait, it was Bulletproof? Oh, no, it was Bullet Train.
Bullet Train.
Yeah, no. Okay. But Bulletproof is Damon Wayans and oh God, Adam Sandler. But there's a scene when Adam is taking a shower and he's singing and tries to escape and everything. Like it gave me those kind of vibes. But I love Sean Connery just like singing in the shower. One, he's singing the song, but not well. Like he's off time, everything's bad, but he's singing the song and he's just kind of doing his thing and casually like he's getting the rope. Now he's got a weapon. He gets on the phone. He's like, oh, hey, there's a phone. He's like, yes, room service. Could I order a bunch of stuff? Like the plan is coming together so easily for him. And then he's just casually like, and I'll get my hair cut. Yes. And which I love the hairdresser. That guy was hilarious. He's a small bit character, but everything that he says and does on screen, I'm like, you're amazing, guy. And I had to look this up. I wish I wrote his name down, but he's Greg from Yes Dear. And that blew my mind. I'm like, why is that guy so familiar? He's Greg from Yes Dear. And I'm like, that's fucking nuts. Because it's a completely different type of character that he's playing. And he nailed this. Like, so funny. In the elevator when he was like, I didn't see anything. I didn't like all of it. I think he's hilarious. If Nick Cage was the comic relief, this guy was like the follow-up act.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah. When the quote, like, if I'm thinking of a quote for this movie, it's like, I didn't see anything. It was like, all I want to know is, do you like hair?
Yeah, yes.
And that's what the outro should be.
Yeah.
All I want to know is, did you like this podcast?
All I care about is, are you happy with your haircut?
That was it.
That line gets me every time. That is a true hairstylist, my friends.
Commitment. Oh, it was.
Like,
I was so
throw
good.
someone off the balcony. Do whatever you want with me. I just need to make sure you're happy with your haircut.
That was so funny. So it was that ad lib too then? If like all of this
I don't know.
I hope so.
No, there wasn't any research on that one.
Bro.
But yeah, no, that's such a crazy scene, and just the way. First of all, it just shows you how fast Mason is to conjugate a plan.
Yeah.
You know, you already broke it down. Shower, he's calling room service to get people distracted. He's got a haircut going, and now underneath he's working on his escape route. That's it. Yeah. I'm just like, wow, this guy is a lethal force, man.
Wow. You brought up the quarter thing, and I loved that. Like I was a little disappointed that the payoff happened so fast. But when the guy's like such a dick about the quarter and everything, and like he hits it with the chair to scrape it, and I'm like, I can't wait to see whatever he does with that quarter. And like and again, like a little disappointed with how quickly it was paid off. But I love that like he didn't waste any time and just like cuts the thing and just bashes through the thing. Is like, Womack, I should have known. Like it just like like it's so casual about everything. It's like, dude, you just busted this glass. You're in handcuffs. Like you can't be doing this stuff.
Yeah.
But he knows who his captor is and all of this. Like, I mean, he's getting information. Like he's so on it.
I swear, it's like all these movies that I see. When you see guys like his character, like Mason's character, when are they gonna learn? Don't give this fool a damn thing.
Yeah. And don't take off the handcuffs.
Oh
like,
my God.
You give them one thing and they're like, well, I have my escape route.
Yeah. God, that Jen, you mentioned the handcuffs. I watching the interrogation between Goodspeed and Mason was so much fun. But Nick Cage does such a great job with it. Of like, you know, trying to put on this whole like, yeah, I'm confident kind of thing, and absolutely bullshitting his way through it. Not well, because Mason's not fooled, but he's letting it happen. He's kind of he's really pulling the strings. Like, no, offer me a coffee. Like all of the stuff. Like it's so freaking good. But the moment when he tells them to uncuff Mason and everything, and he's like. He scoots away. Like that little thing just kills me. He's like, yeah, uncuff him. Like still trying to be cool, but like I'm gonna move away from this guy because I know what he's capable of. Loved it. That interrogation scene was so much fun.
Can we get a coffee around here?
yeah. Coffee. No, thanks. I'm good. And like, no. Yeah. Can we? All of it. That just him faking the confidence was so good.
When he enters the room, I'm with the FBI.
I'm with the Federal Bureau of FBI. Yeah.
My
killing
name is
it, guy.
Goodspeed. Of course it is. And then you just got a sign right here where it says signature. Oh my God! It's that the interrogate. I didn't even title that, but that one was a good one. Let's see. We talked about that.
Can we quickly talk about the chase that follows that?
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say I have that titled that we didn't. Did we cover enough of showered? We did cover enough of showered bullets, right?
Kind of. The only thing I have to say about it is the dumbass at the end, who decides, yeah, I just watched and heard my entire crew get slaughtered up there.
Oh,
I'm going to go make a stand. Like, you dumbass.
I mean, I get it. They're your brothers. You know, it's that brotherly bond, or should I say band of brothers, to be more specific, but
that's my problem.
Not smart, man.
No, those are your brothers and you lost them, yes, and I understand that that's an emotional thing, but you need to avenge them, and to do that, you need to not walk up into a freaking firing hole. Like
100%.
if he would have just stayed down there, imagine the good he could have done helping out Mason and in Goodspeed. Like, it was this stupid.
The only reason they knew about Mason and Goodspeed was they found a dead guy missing their tactical equipment.
Yep.
Was that what it was that gave him away? I thought
that was the giveaway.
That was it. Yep.
They said, "Hey, he doesn't have his comms," and they're like, "We got rats."
Got it.
Or rodents. Sorry, not rats. And so if they had if he had just stayed with them, and they all left, they would have not known that now there's 3 of them, and they're undetected.
Yes. Their chances would have improved dramatically, and he would have had a chance to avenge his brothers. Like,
I agree, and I'm sorry, like the commander should have known that unless they all went in saying we're willing to die on this mission.
They were.
Oh, yeah.
You're dealing with America's #1 general, and he has an aerial advantage over you, full surrounding. You have no chance. He said multiple times, "Son, stand down. You have no chance." Like, just stand down at that point. He's not going to kill you.
He did. It was the rock falling, and then one of his men on the ground flipped.
No, but the commander himself should have said to his team, "Lower your weapons," because they know that they're not going to die. Otherwise, they would have been dead already.
Yeah.
They just would have been taken hostage, and that would have been it. You didn't have to die. You did not, unless you really willingly wanted to. But again, this is where it gets so sticky with The Rock, which is why I love this movie so much. Is you're dealing with brothers fighting brothers, America fighting America. This isn't. It's not Russia invading America or anything like that. It's like all these men are like, why are we shedding blood on this floor right now?
Yeah.
So, but in my opinion, the commander should have been like, wow, we are. That's the general. You knew what you were going into. You gave the speech to your men prior to this, saying, "I shit you not, the greatest general in Vietnam hit era or whatever. You're in the battle of your life." And you just go and you were like, "We're in the battle of our life, and we're just gonna get slaughtered." Like, it's sad. It's the shower scene is wow, is it sad?
It's very sad.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I don't want to go into the logistics of the whole why he didn't surrender, whether he should have or not. Lots of choices could have been made and things would have ended different. Yeah. But for me though, like all of these guys, and it's one of the things too, like even with all of the Marines and part of why like the general's so upset about things, it's like all of the men and women who sign up for these missions, these secretive missions that get buried and hidden, it's you go into it knowing it could be your last, knowing you probably won't come back, and knowing that it's going to get hidden, knowing it's not going to be released. Like you know this going in. It's not a surprise when you go into this mission, you lose somebody, and their actual achievements are just kind of erased. Or just left like that's not a surprise. I'm not saying it's okay, but you know this going in. And same thing for all of these SEALs that go in up against these Marines, right? Like, which if I'm not mistaken, a lot of the times when you hear people talking about like the best of like the military groups and things, you often hear the Marines and the Navy SEALs. So like you really have what you're
Team 6 is
the SEALs, Navy SEALs.
Right, yeah.
So like that's what I'm saying. It's like you've got what are supposed to be the greatest military units. I'll say units, but like the branches or however you really want to boil it down. Like you've got these guys up against each other, and I think that's why the shower scene is boiled down to like this kind of standoff of like, I'm not gonna give up. I'm not going to give up. Like, and it's like, you can't win. I know I can't win, but I can't give that order because we won't just quit. We're not going to be taken captive. It's, we either win or we die trying kind of mindsets for both. So it's
be killed.
Yeah. But it's it's a shame because from a logical standpoint, like you said, it's like if you just allow yourselves to be captured, you give yourself an opportunity to, one, survive, two, escape,
Yeah, I was gonna say-
three, like you give yourself the opportunity. You can't do anything if you're dead, but giving up is not an option.
Yeah.
So it's
Yep.
This scene it's tough because like it's
brutal.
God, man, like I said it when I was watching it, and they're coming out of that hole. Like, one, they're lucky they didn't just like fire him as they're coming up the hole. But at the same time, I was like, you guys are fish in a barrel, and you had to know that when you got out of there. Like you get out of the showers, you can see everything's about, like you're screwed. Everything about that situation is screwed.
They thought that they had disarmed the motion sensor,
I like that too, because that's Dr. Cox's character is like, this is a device of my own design, and he kind of explains it. And I didn't quite understand like what was so special about this thing. What did it do? And to see it in action, like, okay, I get it. They're deactivating the laser, but it has this contingency that if you move it, once this thing moves, this spring moves, that's the real trigger, or that's the secondary trigger. So it's like you can deactivate stage 1, but you don't know about stage 2.
Yes.
And like that is brilliant.
Yeah, because they thought, if I remember correctly, they thought, I'm going to take the beam and bounce it back to its source, thinking, and that's going to be it, and then I'm going to move it, but they didn't realize that the moving it was a secondary I got you moment.
Yeah.
And so they, like you just said, they were literally climbing into a fish in a barrel situation.
Yeah. Of course, they weren't aware, but you couldn't have felt good climbing into that shower. Like, knowing too, like that's your one access point, and it's the showers. It's like, that's already got to put you like ill at ease.
And the fact that everything else is just elevated, you're like, oh my God, that done deal.
Yeah,
it's a done deal.
I don't like this.
All right, so yeah, the next scene that I wrote that we haven't talked about is I titled "In the Streets of San Francisco."
Yeah.
What you got, Matt? Because I know you wanted to bring it up.
So the only way I can describe this chase is fun, because it's ludicrous.
Michael Bay, man.
It is absolutely insane. It's totally ridiculous and over the top, and just, it's insane. It is. The level of crazy that happens by the end of it is like, it starts off, it's fine, it's normal, it's a literal, it's a car chase through San Francisco. We've seen them before, like it happens, and it's just a car chase. But towards the end of it is when Michael Bay is like, you know what? It's been too normal. Let's kick it up. Let's kick it up a notch. Let's mess up a trolley. It's like, okay, but how do we mess up the trolley? Well, let's throw in an old lady. Just a random old lady. Avoid the old lady. Send the train, the trolley off of its tracks, and then that blows up like literally 30 feet into the air, which, like, that's absolutely insane. And you know what? This is good, but let's take it up one more notch. Guys in wheelchairs. That's what we need to, like, really make this chase dangerous and scary and crazy. Like, dude, he pulled out every trick,
he sure did.
It was so nuts, but it is a really fun chase. It's just so fucking crazy.
And he's like, and wait, you know what? I'm not even done quite yet. Let's have good speed stall out in the middle of an intersection, have the airbags deployed, have the trolley barreling down, and then let's have him take out a gun and point it at the airbag before jumping out of the car.
He had to shoot the airbag to get out because it was pinching him in, but
he never shot.
Didn't he?
No.
He never shot. He pointed at it and then looked up and jumps out of the Ferrari.
Oh, man. I thought he had to shoot the airbag to get out. That's just him being angry? He just points the gun at an airbag because he's angry at this? That is ridiculous.
And then the cherry on top
Steal a dirt
the,
bike.
the stoner guy on the bike.
Steal a dirt bike.
Whoa, dude, you just fucked up your Ferrari.
Yeah. Oh my God, this
Yeah, no,
chase is just insane.
This the whole car chase is nuts. And you could argue that it was Nick Cage's audition for Gone in 60 Seconds.
Oh, for sure. Definitely. Well, and this is
Takes a similar route, yeah.
yeah.
Well, why not?
But yeah, I because of just how crazy this chase is, that's why I thought it would have won the MTV award. Like it would just
I can see that.
It's so over the top. Like seriously, the
old
old lady, the truck
hitting everything.
It's so much. It's so much.
He wipes out a water tank, or what do you call those things?
Hydrant?
What?
Was it a hydrant?
No, the truck that was carrying the gallon,
Oh,
the
yeah.
for the coolers.
Yes. I don't know.
Yeah,
The water
he takes
truck.
that entire truck.
I completely forgot too that like the guy whose Hummer he stole calls it and he is like, I didn't steal it, I'm just borrowing it. Like, this chase scene is insane.
He's now next scene. He's like trying to track down his daughter.
It's just insane. Just insane.
Yeah, it is a wild car chase, but you're right. It's fun.
It is fun.
It's just fun. What else do I have? Quick moment that I titled. It's pretty obvious. A Real Rocket Man.
Oh my gosh.
What a way to go. What a way to go. Do you like Elton John? I don't like that soft shit. Yeah.
I saw this coming the second he stood in front of that rocket. I'm like, oh shit, he's about to get shot out that window.
Yup. But did you predict the other part?
The being impaled by random pole? No.
Yeah.
That was a shock. Like if anything, I expected him to just like be carried off into the ocean and just like nope, just literally shot out the window and impaled on a random fence post. Like, oh shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a way to go too.
Man.
Yeah, that's just a quick little moment there.
I liked
Very creative.
It. Oh yeah. Well,
no, this shit works.
Yeah, that guy was nuts.
Yeah, that guy was bad shit crazy.
He was scary.
The two new guys, I'm telling you.
All right, I've got a couple of head scratchers and nitpicks that I haven't mentioned yet.
Okay.
So here's my first one. In the very beginning, after they've taken over Alcatraz, the new crew comes in. The new crew comes in helicopters and aircraft. No red flags that aircraft is going into Alcatraz.
I thought that too. I was like, wait a second.
How did they even get close to this island? Like, I feel like some type of San Francisco patrol, I don't know who is patrolling our air around here, but I honestly feel like someone would have like red flagged them down almost immediately.
Yeah. I thought that too. I was like, wait, isn't this like not government approved?
Yeah.
A secret mission, and yeah, I thought the same thing. Like they're coming pretty loud.
Yeah. Well, if I'm not mistaken, isn't there a military base close to Golden Gate? Like on not
like near the Presidio?
Maybe.
It's possible.
It might be an old base. I can't remember. But either way, like you've got the Coast Guard or whoever.
I was gonna say Coast Guard for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I will chalk it up to like it is military. They can do whatever calls or codes or whatever to like basically calm people down in those things. But yeah, I would assume there's some sort of red flag.
Yeah, it's that one was always. I was like, I don't know, that's a tough one. I mean, I would have believed more of like
Take a
we were
boat.
on those motor rafts, the ones that are like
We're,
dark and stealth like.
I would prefer to see them on what do they call them? Like it's like the duck boats or whatever, where it's like it's a car that's and like they drive and it's like a bus, but then you can take them the into the bay and like
Okay,
it works as a boat. I think they still have
yeah,
those in SF, don't they?
I don't know.
I think that just would have been funnier to me, like seeing these military guys basically hijack one of these amphibious cars.
So yeah, that was one of them. My nitpick is they let the fiance stay in San Francisco. I just don't buy it.
Although we don't know if they are if they're in San Francisco. We don't know.
I don't know. I think the way that they handled the whole fiance thing was just strange. I'm like, just keep her home. Like, it's not even needed.
It- yes, her getting to San Francisco is one thing. I think they established like they meet her at the airport and pick her up and take her whatever. My problem with it is you get her in the car, you're telling her nothing, and then she's like, "All right, well screw this, I'm getting out." And it's like you didn't put
Yeah.
the child safety locks, you didn't do it. There's no measures to keep this civilian woman, this random civilian woman who's pregnant inside this vehicle. Like what?
Exactly.
Your security detail is shit. And she just gets out of the car, and then the next time that we see her, essentially they've already like told her, I'm like, okay, your fiance's going on this mission, this is what's happening, and she's like, he's not a good swimmer. It's like, what did you tell her? Like
Yeah.
one, she shouldn't be this involved. Two, some security, put her somewhere and keep her safe and out of the way. She should not be this involved with whatever mission you guys are doing, because hello, big deal.
Yep. Like I said, the handling of the fiance in this movie is it's just rough in general.
Terrible.
Yeah. Here's my other head scratcher. No food or water for the hostages.
Thank you. I thought about that too.
And also, this is me being the paramedic. No one is checking to see if there's any medical. We don't know. We have 81 hostages of random people we've never met. Maybe check if there's some type of medical problems that we should be aware about. If we are indeed.
Nah, it's the 90s. It's not like they've got peanut allergies or anything yet.
Yeah, and diabetes isn't a thing, right?
No, we were tough in the 90s.
Yeah, no one needs insulin shots, and no one needs to take heart medicine or seizure medication or anything like that. Yeah. I'm just like, wow, these hostages were just welcome to Alcatraz. How did you like the experience? Go ahead, John.
Honestly, I think like the hostages are pointless. Like
They're not.
We see that one guy be used like that one time, but other than that, like I think they could have done. If you think about it, the entirety of San Francisco is a giant hostage. Like, what is the point in like separating just these guys? Except besides, like, well, they would tell when they got back to the San Francisco.
I thought you were gonna get to the answer, but I got your answer.
What?
The 81 hostages are General Hummel's and his men's protection. Because if there are no hostages and they are on an island,
Blow up the place.
there you go.
Yeah, okay. You got
Congratulations, you stole it. We know that you're all there, and kaboom.
Okay, yeah, you
The
got
problem is now gone.
Well, I am not a good criminal.
So the 81 hostages are there. General Hummel is like, I know that they're not going to take American life. And that's 81 reasons to not kill us.
Got it. Well,
Or, I mean, it maybe not be like that simple about just taking Alcatraz and turning it into a giant bomb fest. At the very least, they might send the cavalry and just bombard the island and just go with like a mission on foot, where it's like what he may have had 20-25 guys.
Yeah.
And they're just like, well, go ahead, guys. SWAT, Navy, Army, Coast Guard, do your thing. And all of a sudden, they've got nowhere to go. Because there's no leverage at that point, unless they say, well, we'll just release the gas. Okay, well, we're back to just blowing up the Alcatraz now.
Yeah, so
There is no out for them.
yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
I did feel bad for the hostages, though. I'm like, man, you guys didn't get food, water. I don't even know if you got bathroom breaks. Like,
There were bathrooms in their cells.
The guy said it best. What kind of fucked up tour is this?
I like the woman. She's like, "Oh, you're not allowed to have a gun. I have a gun."
Yeah.
And I would have brought it if I knew I was gonna be like this.
I am down. I'm down to quotes in the ending. I don't think we have any other scenes to touch on. We did a great job on this one.
Yeah. I'm thinking I'm pretty much at the same.
I have a lot of quotes, just to let you know. This is a very quotable movie.
I didn't write down that many, but you're right, it is. I've got a couple, like 5 or 6.
I shared one already.
You want to go first?
Start. I'll start with this one. It's not the full quote. It's the ending of the quote that cracks me up every time. The Congressional Medal of Jesus, this guy is a hero.
Was that Goodspeed?
No, it's when they were rambling off General Hummel's accomplishments. And they say he's done this and he's done like Purple Heart and I forgot what
Purple Hearts or something like that.
Yeah, he goes like 3 Purple Hearts and then he goes into and the Congressional Medal of Jesus, this guy is a hero. Didn't even get to the end of it.
That is funny.
What do you got?
So this one was like it was towards the end. It was this was what was the Crisp? The young guy Crisp says this, and then it's the following line from one of the 2 crazy-eyed guys that like really does it for me. But Crisp starts it off. And he's like, "Killing seals is one thing. Is this for real?" And then one of the crazy guys just comes back with, "It's business." I'm like, this guy's nuts. Like he's like, he don't care about killing who. It doesn't matter. The dude just wants to kill people. Like crazy man.
Yeah.
But although that line does kind of bother me, like killing seals is one thing. It's like that kind of, it makes me uncomfortable killing American soldiers, but I can do it. Like, it's just it's a little icky.
Yeah, it's a little.
He has fully lost it.
Yeah.
He's on his way.
Screws are loosening.
Yeah, he's on his way though.
This is a cageism.
Okay.
A cageism.
What do you say we cut the chit chat a-hole?
Yeah. Those little moments when he just kind of hits is crazy. I love it.
Yeah. That's when he's that's when he just got where are they at? Oh, they're at the museum. What is it called?
The museum.
Ooh.
It's when Mason just saw his dog.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Which that was a nice moment too. I appreciate that, like, as it all goes down, like Goodspeed kind of does the whole lie of like, your dad's here to help us out, blah blah blah. Like he puts him into a good light, and then just as he separates him from his daughter, hits him with the like, you fucking dick. Like,
oh, Palace of Fine Arts. That's what it's called.
I've never been there, but I see pictures of it all the time. I'm like, this place looks gorgeous.
I've never been there either, but it does look very pretty. It's right near Presidio, and near like the Golden Gate side.
Yeah. Oh, they hit some great tourist sites.
Yeah, they did.
What are we doing when we're in San Francisco, guys?
Fisherman's Wharf.
In SF, it's not there.
Okay, I've got like two quotes, and one of them is like the literal end of the movie. So I'll hit this one. I brought it up earlier, but because I have the quote, I like it. I'm gonna try and do it as Connery. So it's right after he uses the quarter to carve the hole and punch it in, and he peeks in. Womack, why am I not surprised, you piece of shit? Like, I love that. I just like him peeking his head through that hole he just punched was just fantastic.
Yeah, it's amazing.
You piece of shit.
Very good impression, by the way.
Thank you.
All right, well, I've got a Connery one. I'll try to follow
Try and hit the accent. It's fun.
Here we go.
Take your time.
I gotta find it. I gotta find Connery.
Is he underwater?
Oh my god, that was so bad.
Pick a word.
All right.
Just pick a word. Focus on like saying that one word is Connery. That's how you'll get into it.
All right. Loser. I can't do it.
Lurger.
Losers whine about doing their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen.
Carla was the prom queen. Was she really?
Oh, okay. Would you like to try that quote? Connery is way better than mine.
I don't. I really don't.
This is
'Cause
recording.
all I can hear is lurgers now. That was good though. That was good. I did like that line.
It's amazing.
I love that line. that was good. So yeah, like I said, my last quote is the literal end of the movie.
Okay.
And it's the priest chasing after Goodspeed, screaming vandals, and
before
yeah.
that, I've got one more, and then we can go right into.
Okay, yeah. Like this is
This is Cage. At a, I would say this is probably 10 out of 10. Nick Cage coming out. He goes, how does he sound again?
Lurgers.
Okay, so he's basically, they're in jail. He's going on a rant. He starts to break down things. You know, he's like, "Oh, we did this, and then you did that." I loved when he paused and he's like, "That was really cool, by the way." Like giving him credit. But then he's talking about his cell, and he goes, "How in the name of Zeus's butthole did you get out of your cell? Because that might come in handy. Maybe."
When I was like, there's Zeus and there's the butthole. Now I got it.
Oh man. I like this scene too. Like the whole time he's doing his little rants and stuff, you can see Connery up there breaking out of his cell and how he's doing it. And you've got that going on. Gate opens and he's just like, it's a trade secret. And like, just moves on. He's like, we know how he did it.
Yeah. I love how shocked he is too. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, you're out of the cell. I'm out of the cell. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll just go. I also love how that scene starts where they just have Nick Cage lying on his back with his arms out, and all he's saying is, I'd like to gut you, boy.
Who says
He's
that?
just replaying what was said to him. Oh man.
I loved Cage as this character. Like Goodspeed was so funny. Oh man.
Goodspeed was great.
He was fantastic. All right. The very end of the movie, which we haven't really talked about, so it's the very end. If you want to talk about the end between, like the goodbye between Mason and Goodspeed, I'll leave that for a sec. But This is after they've had that conversation, and
And I
they
go
they
to
they
Fort
make it
Worth, Kansas.
Kansas. It was Kansas, yeah. So I think this is hilarious. You've got Cage in his like whatever outfit is like, I don't know what you'd call it, but looking like a like freaking hobo, and his beat up car and everything, running out of the church. You've got the priest that comes out after screaming vandals, vandals, and he's apologizing. And he's just got the leg of a pew in his hand. Absolutely hilarious. They get in the car and they take off, and you get that nice like just married thing. Like fantastic.
Yes.
I loved all of that. And as he's looking at the film, the last line, honey, you want to know who really killed JFK? Like it just I love the line at the end to drop it off, and just how they're apparently at this level.
Yep.
I just thought it was such a fun.
It is.
It's
a great way to end it.
It's such a high note. Like it's fun. It's your last little action packed sequence of a runaway. You know,
Not to mention,
she's the driver.
big sequel idea.
True.
So, like at that point, you're like, well, he had the microfilm.
They never really, because they could have left it vague, right? Like go to Kansas and you get something. Like they could have left it at that. Like
Right.
with the implication, maybe it was money, maybe it was the information. Like what is it? So like you're right. That does set up a sequel really well. Go ahead, Jen.
I was gonna say because I completely forgot about the ending. I still don't even know what that thing was, that what he was holding. But I was like, well, that's a different take, because like you almost expect it to be a big wad of cash, like buried in an old building.
No, that was some of the government's most secrets.
Yeah.
And he had a magnifying, well, I guess it was a magnifying glass, but it was a microfilm, so he was actually looking at real pictures.
Oh, and he could see what. Oh, wow. Oh,
Yeah.
That is scary to have.
Which I did like that when they're listing off all the secrets and stuff that Mason stole. One of them they dropped so casually are the aliens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so aliens are real. Proven.
Yeah, like what was it, like the landing of the alien?
That landing in Roswell or something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
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 Just casually drop that bomb. All right.
Yep.
That's it for me on quotes.
Yeah, that's it for me too. And then, I mean, as far as like the whole Goodspeed Mason goodbye, I definitely like it. I think they did it right by having Goodspeed being blown off Alcatraz, and then having Mason come by and save him, and he's like, "I'm getting tired of saving your ass. I'm surprised you made it through puberty." And then yeah, like just that whole, like, you could tell that the relationship was great, and the fact that what Goodspeed did for Mason, I thought was spot on. It's like, dude, you're not like a true criminal like Cyrus the Virus or anything like, yeah, you see what I did there?
Yeah.
Or anything, or what was oh man, what was the psycho guy?
Buscemi.
Yeah, what was Buscemi's character's name?
Can't remember.
I cannot remember. Just the mask. He had the mask. Anyway, but yeah, so it's not dealing with like a true criminal. So
No.
he's just like, he's gone, sir.
Blown to smithereens.
Blown out. Well, actually,
Said
what did he say over
vaporized.
the radio?
Vaporized.
No, over the
Garland
Green. Okay, I knew it started with a G. Yeah. So it's not like one of those guys, right? And so the fact that he's just like, I forgot what he says. He says over the radio, I think he said he's gone. What happened? He's like, he's dead or
vaporized.
No, vaporized was when they were in person.
He just said that he's dead.
He's dead? Okay.
Yeah, just over the radio,
right,
he says he's dead. Yeah.
He's dead, come get me.
Yeah.
That's right. I'll explain later.
Yeah.
And then he, let him go, and yeah, that's so what happened to him? Oh, he's vaporized, blown out to sea, huh? Yeah, poor bastard.
Yeah.
It's like, you know,
I
but Womack, you dumbass, you don't know. You actually think the he's vaporized.
It's like bodies do that? Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure. Some real poisonous gas they're dealing with here.
yeah. Yeah,
I will say, oh, sorry.
No, you're good, Jed.
I was gonna say before, so like the shot that they do, like with Cage, and then when Mason's leaving, I love that. It's almost like two picture frames or something.
It's so good.
And it's so pretty, but also it's like, how did he get all the way over there so quickly? But it's a beautiful shot.
I'm with it. I think it every time too, but I'm like, I still am for it. Mason has shortcuts to everything.
Yes.
He knows Alcatraz better than anyone.
He knows Alcatraz more than the people that built it.
Yeah. But no, that shot is so cool. It's like, there he is, and then he's gone.
Yeah.
Could I just talk about the quick little scene? It's going behind, but it's like when Mason's looking at the blueprints, he's like, oh, and then you yeah, I don't know. I didn't.
Oh.
He's like, yeah, you go through here, and then this is where. It was so great.
It'll come back to me when we're down there.
Yeah. That was good. Redemption.
See, sometimes I get it, sometimes I don't.
You were feeling pressured.
Yeah.
All
right,
I'm always gonna hear lurchers. That was just so funny. Yeah, I'll go with who won the movie. For me, it's Nick Cage. Like he is absolutely phenomenal through and through. I love his character. Goodspeed is just he's so funny. He's so interesting, and I love the amount of detail of just how Cage plays him. I mean, he's intelligent. He's relatable, right? Like, this is a guy who has all of this training and stuff, but he's never been in the field. Like, he feels like a normal guy who's now being like pushed into this extreme situation. And while he's got the training and everything, he's never had to practice it. But he does such a great job of portraying this guy who has skills but has no practice, and making it believable, and not just like some random person who's been given a gun. Like, he just really does a phenomenal job. I love the humor that he brings in. The rambling that he does. Like, he carries Connery in the sense of he's doing majority of the dialogue, and then Connery drops those one-liners. He drops those bits, and it's fantastic. Like, the two of them together are fantastic. But
well, gee whiz, John.
Yeah. But yeah, to me, when I think of The Rock, to me, I'm thinking Nick Cage.
Okay. All right.
So I can't give it to like the actors just because like all of them are so good, and I don't want to just say cast. So my win is definitely going to be the writing and creativity, and just whoever had such a brilliant mind to think of how would I mean, maybe there have been successful breakouts from Alcatraz. I don't know, and maybe they got to interview them. How did you do it? But what's happening? What in the world? I just need to like front and center. Anyways, so the writing and creativity wins it for me. I think it's so smart.
I have been dreading this all night, all week. First of all, guys, thank you so much for this conversation of The Rock. I had a lot of fun talking about this one. I hope the listeners did too. All right. I gotta go with my honorable mentions first. We'll start with this one. and that's gonna be the green balls. They're so effective, and they are definitely like like how do you make a poisonous gas look intimidating? I think they did a really good job with that type of accomplishment, especially if they're going to be stored in a missile. So I got to give honorable mention to them. Oh my goodness. But then the true winners, right? I mean, for me, it's almost like a four-way battle, and it's between Harris, Connery, Cage, and then also Michael Bay.
So everybody wins this movie.
Well, the performances of the three actors are just they're almost equally great. Which pretty much leads me to let's just go with Michael Bay because I mean the acting, yeah, we know how good the acting is, but we also broke down a lot of different things, shots, scenes, explosions, actions, things like that, where that that all is the vision in the eye of Michael Bay. So I think we got to give it to him.
If you must.
Yeah. The only thing man, I hate doing this, even though we just did the whole one who won the movie. We never really talked about like the looks, the underground of Alcatraz,
Yeah.
the basement
The
and whatnot.
the trolley car, the all of that stuff like
The Indiana Jones ride.
yes.
I mean, I doubt that it looks like that.
None of it
Do you
makes
think that's
sense
Michael
to
Bay
me.
saying this will be fun too?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I everything that's under the actual jail cells of Alcatraz, I have to imagine is completely made up.
Yeah. It's so well because also if you I hate to do this, but comparing it to have you guys seen Escape from Alcatraz?
No.
You haven't with Eastwood?
No.
Oh man. That is such a different feel of the movie. Everything is so it's dark. You can't see anything. Friggin' Michael Bay's Alcatraz is underneath. It's like well lit. Explosions are everywhere.
It's freaking Temple of Doom.
Yeah, it's very Temple of Doom. So okay, I'm glad we at least touched up on it before we left.
Yeah.
I would have been kicking myself for missing that one. What are you looking up, Jen?
If it's like if that was real too, I'm just trying to word it so it makes sense.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no.
The reason I would lean towards no is logically speaking, it doesn't make much sense. Like, what is its purpose? If you're telling me it's to get to the laundry rooms, why so extravagant? Why would you carve out this island to have this random train system go through? Like, it logically speaking doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Like, and what are the baskets that they end up in that are on whatever little like train system, monorail system, whatever? Like, what's that for? Are they carrying rocks?
I know FSF had a gold rush, but that's a little extreme.
Yeah.
Oh wow, did you guys know that the park couldn't be closed like they call it the park, but Alcatraz couldn't be closed down during filming, so a lot of the filming was taking place amongst tour groups.
Yeah, that Brian had said that like it was
it was open.
It was open during filming, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. But yeah, I'm not getting any. It's just saying it's giving me the same stuff. It's too hard of a question to ask.
That's all right.
It is saying like parts of it was filmed in LA, so maybe those parts were LA.
That's what I would assume. They you can't do that in Alcatraz, like, because that, like,
no,
it's not designed for somebody to be filming in it, and yet that's happening. I'm like, no. You go to
be honest, I even question like when they were walking around, like not even the carts. When they were walking around, and he was like, the 97 paces to the shower.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't think this is what underground Alcatraz looks like. I feel
Way
like it's
too
all,
open.
what?
It's way too open.
It was open. It just didn't feel like it.
Nah, like I assume that is technically the sewer systems, right? Like I mean, those are giant pipes. What do they lead to? Well, it's the drains of the shower. So it's like, why do they need to be big enough that adult men can casually walk through them?
Exactly. Yep. Okay.
Hard to believe.
All right. We officially covered The Rock.
It is done. We have officially said everything we want to say about The Rock. Fantastic. This was a great chat. I know it went late like it always does, but I'm not sorry, but sorry. But this is a great chat. I'm glad that we finished it up. I've officially decided on next week's pick. So streaming on Hulu, I decided to stick with the kind of 90s action theme going on here.
Oh.
I think it's going to be kind of fun. I hope nobody hates it. But we're going to go with The Mummy, starring Brendan Fraser.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if this is new to anybody. If not, hey, hopefully you get to rewatch and enjoy. But 90s action at its finest, right? Like, we're going to have some fun with this one, a little bit of CGI, definitely some good things to talk about. But
time to go.
See, already quoting. We're ready to go.
I think I know my memory.
Yeah, so that's it. That wraps it up for this week. Tune in next week here on YouTube at GoodFlickas to hear our chat on The Mummy streaming on Hulu. You can also find us on Instagram at good.flickas. You can see some of our old shows here on YouTube. And you can always send us an email at goodflickas2020@gmail.com. Let us know how we're doing. Give us some fan mail, some advice, anything you got. We're happy to hear from it. Yeah, let us know. Give us a like, give us a follow, hit that bell. Because that's what they say. That's what they say for YouTube. You got to hit that bell to be notified of our latest videos. Live streaming on Mondays, assuming nothing happens because we do have normal lives. Aiming for 6 o'clock. I'm just going to go ahead and put the caveat out there. Like, we always aim for 6 o'clock, but life gets in the way. So if we're not streaming immediately at 6, please be patient. We'll be here soon. We're just normal people who love movies, and we hope you enjoy what we've got to say.
30.
I can guarantee you we're never going to make it back to 5:30.
Yeah.
With my new job being done at 5, typically, I'm like, there's no way I'm getting back here and all that at 5:30 and rolling. So 6 o'clock, we're going to do our best for 6 o'clock here on YouTube for the foreseeable future. But yeah, thanks for sticking it out. Thanks for watching. And we hope to see you next week here on YouTube at GoodFlickas. Other than that, I think that's a wrap. That's a wrap on The Rock. Brian, go ahead and send us. I'm sorry, Mr. Alcatraz, send us out.
Yeah, exactly what Matt said, guys. Thanks for listening to us. And you know what? All we care about is that you liked our podcast. We'll see you next week.
Too true, too true.